Hello everyone, I'm Shirley Merino. We are here to talk about spongeable magic. I'm really glad that you choose these videos to learn spongeables, and we are talking a lot about techniques, about ideas. So you don't forget, please, to get a review if you like all that we are doing here, because it's a really huge project, and I hope and I'm sure that you will enjoy it. Just let's talk about spongeables. We are going to talking about the spongeables itself. I mean, we have a lot of spongeables and for different kinds, colors, shapes. And first of all, we need to know what is an spongeable. I mean, we play with spongeables, and normally this is an unknown object for spectators because of course they know that they exist. The clown noses is the most similar toy that maybe they know, but this is like a child toy that we can use for purpose, and we can play a lot with this. And it's important to feel good with the spongeables. I mean, it's important to understand how the spongeables can fit in our repertoire. No, but first of all, we need to understand what a spongeable is. And there are two kinds of spongeables. They are super soft and normal balls. Okay, they are different. Normally, super softs are better for the most of situations. Okay, but we are gonna talk about his difference, and we have different sizes: 2 inch, 1.5, 3 or more, and with smaller could be, but normally we will perform with 2 inch, and this is that I recommend. And 1.5 could be great too. 2.5 is an intermediate between 2 and 3, and it's great too for parlor or something. But in the most of situations, 2 inch is size more or less like a dollar coin, and it's great to handle. And I know a lot of magicians could be afraid that maybe this is a big size and they prefer to use this. You can use any size, the size that you are comfortable with. I mean, if you are comfortable with a big ball and you can handle it, you should do it. Okay? Because the important is know the techniques. All the techniques in this video are explained for 2-inch size spongeables. But if you want to learn it with another, the technique will be exactly the same with one side than another. Obviously, bigger ball is bigger than a smaller ball. So one that I want to comment is that if you are afraid because this ball should be too big for your hand, don't do it. I mean, when we handle the ball will be compressed. So one compressed ball is not that difference. I mean, this difference is not too much. It's not like that. Okay, I know you prefer to hidden this ball than hidden this ball, but when they are compressed, they are not a huge difference. And when they appear, it is. I mean, it's more impressive when appear bigger balls than smaller. Smaller balls are good too to any kind of tricks. If you use a lot of balls on table at the same time, for example, it could be good. But normally, for most of the routines, 2-inch will be the great size. And of course, then you have different shapes or different objects with spongeables like a hammer and or billiards or the four. I mean, it's a lot of objects that you can find in a few magic stores or conventions or in every situation. You will learn how to use this object, and if used as a real object to drop an audience and scare them, and then it's only a joke, or if it's produced in your show or whatever. No? There are a lot of them, the brick, the stone. We have a lot of spongeable objects that you can find in the magic community. And then the colors. We have a few colors too, and brightest, darkest colors, and this is just an example of a few of them. And the important when you are playing with the colors is how to take care of the colors, because the darkest colors don't get dirty that easier than the others. So a yellow ball, a yellow color, get dirty very fast if you play a lot or in a dirty table or something like that. But for take care of the balls, the best way to do it is with zip bags. With this kind of zip bags, you can put the balls inside, and this is the best way to do it. Because in the pockets, I mean, when you move and when you have the sponge balls in a box or something, it could be a long time there, and the air, the sun, and everything make the balls is get old. But if you take care of the balls in a zip bag, you can do it, and it will fit perfectly. And even if you go to travel, you can put a lot in a zip bag, and then just make some void in that way, and you remove all the air, so you have okay, now this didn't work because it probably is broken, this zip bag, but you can remove the air and put it very flat, and that's very nice. And when you take this ball out, and if the ball is smashed or something, all that you need to do to this come back this ball fresh again, almost if they are super soft balls that I will talk about that now, is just blow a little bit, and with the cold air it will expand. If not, you can put a little bit of water in the bowl. So just a little bit of water. It's not necessary to put a lot of water, because if not, it could be raw and could be difficult to handle them. But if you want to the ball stay more brighter and softly, and come back to his spherical shape, all that you need to do is take a little bit of water. That I do is normally I wash my hands, and instead of dry it, I just take one bowl and do it a little bit to put a bit of water with my hands wet, and that's enough. Then I dry my hands and I move that water around that bowl, and this should be enough. It's not necessary to soak the balls in the water. All the and that's enough. And you should take care from different colors. When are in the pocket are no problem, okay? Because when the colors are in the pocket, we are working, it should be in his place, and it doesn't matter. But when we put, for example, by a few hours, or to put it in a box, or to rehearsal next day or something, you can have problems with the color, because sometimes one ball can pass the color to another, like this hammer, for example. Probably I put it in a wrong way, and you can see how it have a bit of red, because probably it was in a box in this way or something like that. So for this don't happen, you put separate colors, shapes doesn't care, but one zip bag for the yellows, other zip bag for the reds, and this is how I handle the balls. Every zip bag for every color. And this is the best way to the balls don't get dirty one with each other. And the last part that I want to comment is the difference between super soft and a normal ball. So that's all. With this, the difference between a super soft and a regular ball is that a super soft ball, how his name said, is softer to push it. And a normal ball have more density, so you need to press a little bit harder to do the same to do the same pressure that to do the same compressed ball that in the other. No? So every ball is different. It's not just one better than the other, but for the handlings and that, super soft are much better. And the way of that is because the normal balls, regular balls, when expands, pop fast, very, very fast, and that's amazing for final endings, for apparitions, for final apparitions, that it could be great. And the super soft balls appear slowly, as you can see. When a super soft ball get older, it appears more slowly. So that I recommend, if you always have two sets of sponge balls, one for rehearsal, other for your magic tricks, for your performances. So the balls that you have for your performances never get old if you only use it on performance. And just you can rehearsal with that ball sometimes, just for don't lose the feeling, and you can rehearsals with the set that you can put in the pocket every time and go to the street and walk with the sponge balls in the hands and that. No? So the regular balls that are good for final endings or something like that, if you see, and I perform a finger palm with both, and I open slowly my hands, you can see how I lost first the regular ball finger palm. So I have less time to control this finger palm. So if I open a little bit and this ball expand, I'm coming late, but if I feel that the ball is expanding, I have time to push it again. So for that mainly is because the super soft balls are better for close-up magic. And other ways is that you can put more balls in a place if they are super soft, because you can compress a little bit more than the regular ones. So the regular ones are great for pop-up because they pop very, very fast, but the super soft balls are better for the most of situations. So this is what the balls are. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the tricks and tips and techniques and everything, and I see you in all techniques. First of all, this is an sponge ball, and it's really pleased to meet you. And we are going to learn a lot of tricks with sponge balls. And all that you need to know is what to expect about the sponge balls and why you perform sponge balls and no other things. Of course, you can do it whatever you like, but with the sponge balls, we can get some very visual tricks and great reactions from our audience, because when they appear, they are very, very huge, and everybody will surprise for that. And the tricks are more like coins tricks, and a lot of construction are like coins, but in fact they are easy to handle and they are more visual. So I love coin magic, and this is another way to perform close-up, really, that I know you really like it. And first of all, I want to talk to you about why we play with the sponge balls and not with other things. With the sponge balls, we can fold the sponge in 2 times. So the huge difference between sponge balls and another close-up items is that with the sponge balls, they look completely different when a spectator can see the sponge ball and when the sponge ball is hidden. So the main concept and the main idea of everything is that when the sponge ball is hidden in the internal life, always be compressed. And when the sponge ball is in the spectator side, it will be expand. Of course, it's not a secret that the sponge balls can compress. When spectators can check the sponge balls, they can check, then they can make them very tiny. But they can't imagine how much possibilities we can get with that idea. So This is the main idea. Always the ball is hidden, is compressed. And this is a huge difference between dice, cups and balls, coins, or everything. That is completely different object when you see that when you handle it. And the best way to fold an sponge ball is folded in the middle and in the middle again. And now you have 2 points of pressure. Yep. The index and thumb in one line. If I leave one of these 2 points of pressure, always the ball will expand. So if I want to move one ball from any kind of palm or pinch, I always need to know that if I don't want the ball expand, I need to switch in the right direction these 2 points of pressure. First, always come the new point of pressure, and then I can lift the other. First the new, and then the other. And now I have the ball in a different place. You will learn how to do this in a few techniques. How to make then a false transfer never end in something like that. False transfer end in a full finger palm folded. And all the techniques that we will perform will end with the ball folded. Of course, we can't do the perfect fold when we are performing, because we can't stay here and make the ball here and here again to make 2 folds and then put in finger palm, because everybody will notice that we have 1 ball here. But that we can do is try to approach most that we can to this 2 times folded with 1 hand. That is the next technique we're gonna learn, is the finger palm. We are talking about the finger palm. This is the mother of the hidden techniques. With this technique, you can perform a lot of different techniques, ideas, and everything. And this is the basics of everything. Everything starts with the finger palm. And with a good finger palm, you will have sponge balls in your hands for a lot of years, for sure, or minutes if you like it. And the idea of the finger palm with the sponge balls is similar than coins. We always need to respect the main idea of the sponge balls, that when it's hidden, is compressed. So when we try to do a finger palm, we need to avoid all time this kind of situations, or this kind of situations when the ball is huge and the spectator can see the ball from different places. So the difference between coins and sponge balls are that with coins we do just a few pressure, okay, and the hand is very relaxing and we do a few pressure. With the sponge balls we try to stay relaxing, but the finger who hold the ball really need to put a bit more pressure than a coin, because if you don't put enough pressure, the ball will expand. And we need to work always around that idea. For start the finger palm, the idea is to try to make 2 folds in your 4 or ring finger. And this is the ending technique. To do this, what I want to do is push with the tip of the thumb in this place. The forefinger just in this place. And as you can see, I don't close my fist in this direction. I do it in that. And if I do it in that, I can fold the ball here, just like in this direction. Okay, so to do this, I don't push in the middle, I push in the bottom of the ball. I push in the bottom of the ball, I close my finger, and now only the ring finger is holding the ball. The others are only for cover the angles. It's important to never lift this pressure, because if now I lift this pressure, I lost the first fold. So I push and I close my finger in this direction. Now we never open this, and the thumb palm comes touch the middle finger on top and push the ball with to you, and then with the point of the thumb you push all the ball into the ring finger, and the ring finger, of course, grab, and when the ring finger take the second fold, you can quit the thumb. So I will repeat it very slowly. I push, fold to me, then push, and then fold again. Okay, at the beginning, you may have a few problems with this technique. That should be that normally what happens is that when you start to do the second fold, we open this one and we lost the first. So to avoid that, never open this finger. If it's harder for you, you can push with the other finger just to learn it. And this is the idea of the finger palm. One thing that is very important is that when we perform finger palm, this is a hidden technique. So this technique is to stay with the ball in hand and very relaxing. So when you have this situation, the idea is learn to stay with one ball in your finger palm. And then you don't hesitate. Every time that you move the hand, you can push a little bit with your thumb here. Remember, big move always cover the small move. So every time that you move the hand, you can push a little bit if you are not sure that the ball is compressed. Push, fold, push, and fold. Last thing to comment about finger palm is that normally we don't do this in front of an audience, of course. So when we do this technique, normally is when we take the sponge ball from the pocket or from our bag or from anywhere. So if I have the ball in the pocket, I go to take it and I make the finger palm while I'm coming out with another object or with nothing like a sponge ball or whatever, or just because I put one rope in my suitcase and I come back with the ball load. So the finger palm normally we perform in this case, and the other case that we perform the finger palm is when we came from a false transfer or another technique that is that starts with the ball in the spectator side. So any false transfer should end in finger palm, but that's another lesson. We're going to talk about the shuttle pass. The shuttle pass is another hidden technique that can help us to move one finger palm to one hand to another. All that we need to have is another sponge ball exactly the same that the first one, and perform the finger palm. First of all, the shuttle pass. First of all, the shuttle pass is an original technique from David Roth with coins, and we will learn a lot about David Roth interpretation about this technique and how to handle the sponge balls in the same way that they did in the 80s. So with the two sponge balls, one in finger palm and the other just inside in the table in the spectator side. All that we need to do is to do a Vernon false transfer into the ball to have the finger palm, and the hand to have the finger palm only need to open to show the ball, and the ball to take the ball that is in the table should perform the Vernon style false transfer. So to practice this technique, we can perform like a little sequence. Then we have finger palm, we take the ball, make a shuttle pass that is at the same time push, Don't squish, just put the finger, and at the same time, the both hands turn together. It's the same move. And when in the false burn or false transfer, you put the ball here in the shuttle pass, you just open left hand. And then right hand relax with the thumb pressing to make the first fold of the finger palm. And the same as David Roth with coins. David Roth, when he have one coin in the tips of the finger and he want to put it in the classic palm, he don't move the hand to make the technique. He just wait the right moment to the hand should do a bigger move to cover the small move. So this is exactly the same. We have our finger palm and shoulder pass, then relax, first fold, and when we move to do something with this hand, maybe to take another ball, a magic wand, or anything else, we can make the second fold. Just to be sure that this finger palm have no angles to any places. Yes. So that's the shuttle pass. Take the ball, false transfer, open finger palm, relax to make first fold, and then the second when you do to some places. One way to rehearsal this is hidden ball in finger palm, shuttle pass, relax with one fold, and when you move to touch the ball, you do the second fold. So that's the shuttle pass. This technique can give you a lot of expression when you are performing, because you just can perform it in different ways. Normally, when we perform a shuttle pass, we try to don't be static here. We try to move, and it's just put a ball in a hand. So we can perform it slowly, a little bit faster, it doesn't mind. But the important is that it's not necessary always to put the ball on top of the other. We just can try some of drop it or something, because the important is that you understand how is your movement, how is your style, and how to do this technique with that. That's it, the shuttle pass. Let's learn the flattening. Okay, the idea of this technique is very simple. You have one ball hidden in your hand and you just flat that ball with any surface that you want. The problem that came with this technique is when we try to, the sponge ball never expands. Because of course we have our finger palm, and we are fine, we're happy with our finger palm, but when we open the hand to do the fluttering, the ball could expand. So to avoid this, we need to try to switch the pressures in the right directions. Of course, the fluttering is a technique just for be comfortable with the ball in your hands, and you can perform it in every surface or in different places. So you have finger palms and you want to do a fluttering. So to do this technique, all that we need to know is the switch of pressures. If we respect all time how to switch the pressures, the ball will never expand. So to do it on table, we have our finger palm, and we can't do this. We can do it if we do it very fast, like that. But I never take the risk. I really never take the risk to open, and the ball always expands a little bit. So to avoid that, okay, if I open, my pressures are now between the ring tip of the finger and the bottom in that direction. So if I want to move, if I want to open the index finger, I need to put another pressure first, and then I can open it, and the ball never expands. I have finger palm, if I put pressure and then open, the ball never expands. So instead of do this, for a flattering, it's much more secure idea to put the thumb tip, and then you can open the ring finger. Then you put the table, and when the table, you feel that the table is doing pressure into the ring finger, you can open the thumb. And there is the flattening. You are pushing the ball between the ring finger and the table. Now you can move your hand and the ball roll into the center of the palm, and you can open your fingers if you want, and then you can come back, put together the fingers, come back, and now if I want to come back, I do the same movements. Table and finger are the pressures, so if I want to lift the table, I need to put a new pressure. I do it with the thumb, then I lift the table. I want to lift the thumb, so I need new pressure. I do it with the index, with the ring finger, and when I huff the ball, the thumb is free. So this is the flattering, and you can perform it in everywhere. In every place that is flat, so for that is the flattening. You need a flat surface to do it, and this is. And you can perform it in a lot of places, not only on tables, on chairs too. And the chair normally fits perfectly in the finger palm, so helps you to make the finger palm more compressed. Or in a spectator hands, when the spectator have one ball in his hand, you can grab his arm and make the flattening there. And you can now learn that it's very easy to do the flattening when you have a curved surface better than in a flat one. For example, if I have one glass that I always have in my pocket, I can perform a flattening without the thumb palm, without the thumb tip, because I don't need to push to then grab. I just push from here the glass in this direction. So it's a curved surface, so it adapts to the finger palm. And then to come back is the same. Just the ring finger take the ball. So you can perform a You can perform a flattening in every place that you want, and it's a technique that is built to give you more expression and to stay relaxing with the ball in your hands. But you don't need to stay in finger palm like this all time. And the right way to understand this technique is that you never need to think how to do it. You just push the thumb, goes into the table, and this should be automatic. So you can talk, or you can stop here. Okay, that's where you and you perform the flattering while I'm talking. And this is how you should use this technique in your routines. The flattening. We're going to talk about the thumb palm. Thumb palm is like a finger palm, but in other place of the hand. Really, it's two kinds of hidden techniques. That is the palming techniques, where you always will make the 2 points of pressure never leave with your own hand in the same direction, and the pinches, like you pinch like this, the technique, and the 2 points of pressure are in the same place practically. The thumb palm is more like a pinch than a palm. So the idea is we always we try to never get the ball expanded like that, because this have a lot of angles from everywhere, and it's very risky technique. But if we try to do one fold, only one fold is enough if we do it well. We can you can see the difference between that and that. Of course, much you press the ball and much strength you put when you make the fold, more folded the ball is, and Then we're going to learn the thumb palm. Okay, this technique is also good if you can't do the finger palm. But for a lot of reasons, sometimes we can perform a finger palm, so or we can do a finger palm all time and stay with the hand in this place all time. And the thumb palm is good for any situations, but we always need to understand that it's very risky to do it in this way. Normally, when we perform the thumb palm, we turn the hand into this direction and try to avoid all time the spectator side, of course. Okay, the technique in the fingers is it's very easy to perform it. You only need to push with the index and middle finger the ball into the thumb base. So you pinch the ball here. As you can see, when I press, I close the fingers in this direction, so the ball is folded in a half, really. Right? So we don't move the ball here, we try to fold it. And our thumb helps a lot because we press with the fingers in the thumb, and then when we take it, it's not the same. Just close the thumb here, that close the thumb from the bottom, because if we close the thumb from the bottom, it makes like he press more the ball. And this is how we can get a good thumb palm that have lower angles than the traditional. That, of course, all magicians that try to perform always try to get the ball tinier. But I think the folded in the middle like that, and with the thumb press in this direction, helps you a lot to have a really good thumb palm. If you want more, you can try a second fold. That really is not necessary in the 99% of situations, and it's an extra move that really we never can do it. But if someone can practice, I like to practice a lot of techniques that maybe I only use one time in my life. So when we have the thumb palm, another way is ring, index, come in this direction and make the second fold. So we have a very, very tiny thumb palm. We can do it if the hand comes from the pocket. Of course, not in front of an audience. Normally, we only perform once, and this is enough. It's not necessary to do the second. But when we come back from the pocket, we can do the second, and it's not any risk because we are doing the technique in the pocket, and then we come back and we can talk with the fingers. Another idea that I love with the thumb palm, because the most important part of the hidden techniques is understand that the hidden techniques are not to put it in a place on a trick. A hidden techniques is just to stay comfortable with the sponge balls in your hand. So you can perform it in a lot of tricks and in a lot of situations. And one important thing is how to move one ball from the thumb palm to the finger palm. That's essential move for me. And when you have the thumb palm, all that you need to do is relax the hand, thumb goes to the bottom, move the ball, and now the ring and the middle finger grab the ball and the thumb press into the finger palm. It's not the same points of pressure that in regular finger palm, but the ball is really folded and very, very tiny, and you can really play with this in the finger palm. To move finger palm into a thumb palm is a little bit harder because for a thumb palm normally you need to the ball stay inside. But of course you can do it. Just move the ball here and they go to the thumb palm. It's more difficult and in just a few situations you should do that. But this is the thumb palm. Thumb palm. The concealment techniques, all the techniques that we use to hidden balls in our hands are just for be nature and comfortable with the ball in our hands. And it depends on the situations. I mean, I don't use always the same palming or the same finger palm or thumb palm or child pass or whatever. It depends on the situation. If I perform close up and I have two spectators by my side, of course I need to be careful for they never see the balls in the hand. So you always need to know the people that are seeing the trick, where they are sitting and where their eyes are going on. So if I have one spectator on my left, for example, to do the finger palm, and I'm on this finger palm, this could be risky because the spectator is almost behind me. Of course, if he is in front, I can stay here and there's no problem and this is a great finger palm. But the same finger palm that is great when the spectator is in front could be not when he is behind or in a side. So to fix that, we just need to understand the vision angles. So, of course, if the ball is expanded, this is crazy. But if we perform two folded finger palm or only one but with one folded but with strength, really the angle of vision is not too much, okay? But if we want to cover this, one way is always move this finger to here. So always that I have one spectator in my left or behind me, and I know that if my hand is in the same parallel to the table, it's not necessary to move this finger to here. But if I move a little bit in this angle, maybe he can see the ball and cover this angle with the finger. Should be nice. But all these concealment techniques, finger palm, thumb palm, child pass, and everything are just for you to be comfortable with balls. So you need to understand how your hands work. Sometimes your hand, if you have long and tiny fingers and that the ball can see, and you can't close your fingers or whatever, maybe you should do a thumb palm more than a finger palm. If you should to understand how your hand is, because it's not the same one hand than another. All the techniques that I will explain are built for my hands because I grow this technique a lot of years in my hands. So if you have very different hands, you need to understand the theory behind the techniques. That is that the finger palm don't expand because I have to show punch pressure. And then you can do it with this finger. Okay, maybe you do it with the other or with the pinky one. You need to understand that the technique is only just something that we can use in your hand, and we need to learn how to put this technique or any kind of technique in our own hands, that it should be different. So just enjoy all the palms and hidden techniques and just hidden balls. The operations techniques. For this technique, all that we need to understand is that the most important part for an operation is that at the beginning we haven't the object. I mean, the sponge ball should be hidden or anywhere, and then you produce it. Okay, the ways how to produce the sponge balls are not too much. But you can have a few subtleties to do it easily for you. First of all, if you have one ball in your finger palm and you want to produce the ball, you can do it only opening that finger palm. So if you open the finger palm, the ball expands. And then you decide how to produce this ball. Drop it with your own hand or with some external friction, who could be the table, your own body, or a spectator, or whoever. So That's the apparition techniques. Just starts when you take the hidden ball in your hand. So, of course, if you can talk with empty hands and they maybe take something. Oh, I have here an invisible object that can be make unspongeable. And the only way to perform this is open and just the ball appear. So you need to choose which kind of operations you can perform it and how to do it. And now we're gonna learn some classic operations that it may be very useful for you and your magic. Operations is here, so it can appear. Cool. Split in two. This is one of the oldest tricks that we have with spongeables, and we have several ways to interpret this trick. To do it, we need to have one ball in a hidden palm. Normally it's a finger palm, and you can choose another if you want. Finger palm, and then split the ball in two. Just grab in a display 2-like-1, twist the balls and separate it. It's important that when you twist the balls, left hand take the finger palm ball and the top ball, and right hand only take the top ball and twist it. So now you can separate it. This is one way to understand the split in two. You can split in two the balls in a lot of different ways. Another of classic ways is this one. You use your finger as a knife to split the ball in two. I really like a lot this technique, this classic technique. And all that you need to do for this technique is finger palm. And really, you don't need to grab the ball if you don't want. You can go like a flattening, but without the finger, without the thumb. So you just put it here. So you open the finger palm when you put the index in the middle. Of course, if you do this on top of the other ball instead of the table, it looks more like you are splitting the ball in two. Because I don't open here, I open it here. Yes? And the ball expands on top of the other, and then the index finger goes in the middle. Press both leg one, and then. And you can choose the way that you can perform this, because it's not the same. Cut the ball like a hot knife and butter, than do it like a wood. And you know, it's not the same. Try this and split in two, than try this. Yeah, there is. It's just different ways to interpretation. No one is better than other. Just you should to. It's not yet. Yes, there is. So if you want to do softly, you don't put too much the other ball, just put it on the side, and this is soft split. Yes, you can soft split it. And if you want to push it more because you want to fight with the ball a little bit, you put the ball on top of the other, and then you split it in two. So this is a split in two. You can do it in hands. You can do it in table, and you can perform it in a lot of ways. I have many of them, but I'm sure that you will guess your own. This is the purse frame production. Magic! All that we need to do for this production, that is a classic and very beautiful production. I really love it, and a lot of great magicians like Albert Goshman and perform it in several situations. And to do this technique, all that you need to do is a finger palm, and then put the purse frame between the thumb pinch, like a thumb palm, but with the pore frame, and the index finger. Then just open and take the ball from the finger palm. You can do it in a different situations. So you can do just taking it, or just a display that is very beautiful is to put the hand in the pore frame, show it in this direction, and then just take the ball. I like this technique, but I don't like it at the same time. I mean, I like the idea to the technique, but I don't like when the magicians use this technique to show his empty hands. Okay, when you use it to show nothing here and then produce the ball, I don't like it a lot, because really it's not too difficult to know that of course you can hit one ball in your hand. But I like it when it's just like an accident. Okay, you just try to search one ball, or it's not here, difficult to take it, but there it's in the portion. So this kind of interpretation that looks like an accident, or you just show it a second. I like it much more than put emphasis in the way that nothing, and then produce it. This is a little bit forced, because when you say nothing, people can say nothing what? You are trying to hit on something what? And the important part of this technique is that it's a really good production, because always that you have an object, it's very easy to perform a production, because the hard part of a production is how to take one ball in your hand, how to start with one ball in your finger palm, how to take this ball from the pocket. Of course, we will learn that later in the loads and pockets, but with the pore frame, it's very easy to do it, because I can have the pore frame and the sponge ball on my pocket, and when I go to the pocket, I finger palm the sponge ball at the same time that I take the pore frame, and there is. And discover always that you can hold an object. It helps a lot for a finger palm, because it's not the same a hand that have one hidden item that have a hand that have something. If you have something, this hand, you are using this hand to do an action, and that is take the pore frame. So if you are using this hand to do an action, you are not using it to hit on balls. This is behind the logic, but and of course you can find your own ways to produce one ball from a pore frame. Hello again. We are gonna talk about how to appear a sponge ball from any object. Really, you can choose the object that you like, but we start this study with a pen cap production that is a classic. And the idea of this kind of productions is that you have a finger palm, and then with the object, only that you need to do is to toss in that direction at the same time that you open and release the finger palm. So I like a lot to don't open too much the fingers, just let that the toss make the ball drops. No? And we can do this with a lot of objects. Okay, we can perform. It's important to don't drop the ring. We can drop this from a lot of objects. Another idea could be using a different technique that we learned before, that is the friction with the table or with anything else. I mean, with the friction, we can make the ball appear from the object. You can choose any object that you have and try to play with them. And this is the funny part. They try to take sponge balls from anywhere. And the idea of the friction is that you open your finger palm, and then the table do the job to make the ball appear. Of course, if you remove the ink of the marker, is better. And this is one of the ways to produce sponge balls from objects. For me, it's very beautiful. Not only do a single operation, instead of that, try to do a sequence of operations. And for that, I recommend you to do a shuttle pass and displays. For example, if I want to produce the balls from the ring, I can put the ball and in the ring on my pocket and 2 balls on the other pocket. It's not necessary. And when I try to found the ring, I grab the 2 balls from my left. I search. Oh, here is. It's little, and for that it's difficult to take it. Yes, there is. It's a ring. You can check it. That people can see it. And with the ring, you can, when they bring back to you the ring, you can produce the sponge ball. And now you have 2 balls here that when I take it from the pocket, one was in the finger palm and the other was on top on a display. And I make this kind of finger palm just with a relaxing hand, okay? Just pressing and relax it. And this is how I take these balls from the pocket. And it makes that now, when I produce 1 ball, I can perform a shuttle pass and show and produce another. Make another shuttle pass, releasing the display, and maybe produce another. So you can show empty hands and produce a lot of balls with that kind of ideas. You have the techniques, you have the objects that you can find anywhere. Now try to mix it and make your own operation sequences. Let's talk about the displays. This really is one of my favorite techniques. I use it a lot. It brings me a lot of happiness, and I give everything to these techniques. Really, for me, it's amazing. And this techniques works just with 1 finger palm and 1 ball on top that hidden. All the displays look similar in the way that are a few balls that are helping us to hidden another few balls that are in finger or in any palm. So we use 1 object to hidden another behind. This kind of techniques, first time that I read about that was from Audley Walsh. In 1934, he explained in his book how to do this technique, but it's just a short explanation that he said that you put a finger palm on top of the other and he stopped there. And it's really a great technique to get more clarity in everything. You cannot use these techniques if you don't like it, but if you use it, it's 100% sure that all the tricks will look more softer, that you don't have nothing to hidden. And because the important to know with this technique is that we pretend, it's only that, as Canius said, when he said the spectator side go and never stop in the hidden object or in the techniques or anything. Just the spectator looks and he don't search and he don't find sponge balls. Because if you are talking and you just take 1 ball in your hand and drop it on table, now flattening, but this kind of techniques is just for be more comfortable. And it can look like an effect itself, because I have 1 ball and I just open the display and produce another. The way to understand this technique is very easy. Only that we need to know is the finger palm and respect these 2 points of pressure. If we have a finger palm and I want to open this ring finger, the ball should expand. So to avoid that, I put the thumb and then I open the finger. This is all that we need to do to learn the displays. Just how to open this finger without expand the ball. Put the finger, put the thumb, and then open the ring finger. Now we can do this exactly the same, but with another ball on top. I have finger palm, another ball on top, I press, and I do exactly the same. And this is a display. You have, it looks like one, but there are two. And there are two kinds of displays. The two like one and three like two. Of course, you can do more. You can do 4 like 3, 5 like 2. 6 like 2 is too much, but your hand is the limitation. If you can fit 3 balls in your finger palm, maybe you can use 3 balls behind 2. Why not? No? And if the technique is good performed, you can hidden more than 1 ball behind another. No? So the display is very useful technique in a lot of situations. One last thing to say about the displays is that are good techniques, but they are not miracles. I mean, if you have one hidden ball and someone suspect that you have one hidden ball, this didn't work. If they suspected that you have one hidden ball, of course here you are just showing the technique. So my recommendation, if some spectator suspect and tell you you have a hidden ball there, just produce it and continue from here. Another routine. You have a lot of routines here to play with 1, 2, 3, 4 balls. So, and but the displays work very well to a spectator never think that you have the ball, because this is very soft and they should never imagine that we have another ball there. For that, it's important never stay a long time in a display. We don't take the display and talk, because it's not a miracle. Okay, it's not a hidden technique itself. It's just a tool to play with hidden techniques. So we can start talking and take the ball and lay it on the table, and just for seconds we did a display. Sometimes I show the display for a long time just to make the effect stronger, but I know when I do it that there are strong moments to focus their attention, and it's important that nobody thinks and that we can have more balls. So that's the displays, and that's how to use it. We are gonna talk about 2 like 1 display. Okay, this technique that we are gonna perform starts in finger palm, and all the displays I doing in an ascanius understanding of the techniques. I split it in 4 steps. First step is the add on the ball. Hidden ball and compressed ball is add on the side and expanded ball. Second part is the display itself. That is the way that we choose to show the ball. I mean, how we curve a little bit the hand up the fingers, and how adapt the display and the finger palm to our hand. And if we have, if we want no angles, or if we have no people behind, or we are performing for Instagram, we can make more, don't press the ball a lot, have angles behind. We need to choose that decision when we make the step of display. The next step of the display should be the transfer. I transfer both balls like 1, and the ball ends in the finger palm press. I mean, add, display, transfer. And the ball that I transfer is still in finger palm. And last technique, last step of the technique is the drop, how I drop the ball. Because now we have 2 like 1, and the thumb is doing a pressure to hold the bottom ball. So to drop this ball, I can do just like that, because this ball expands. So first I need to take the hidden ball, and then I push the other outside. Okay, go learn this step by step. And I want to do this with a different color ball that I should have on my pocket, with a different color ball, just to you can learn it better. The idea is that finger palm and add-on. Okay, to do this, it's important just to learn to do this. It's the thumb finger who press the ball, and he do this move. He do this move at the same time that other fingers open. So really, if you do this a little bit quickly, you don't need to wait to stay here to open. You just can do it at the same time. Okay, we're gonna do this taking this ball. The easier way to understand this technique is if we first take the ball in this position with the tip of the ring finger and the thumb. It may look a little bit strange at the beginning, but then we can find different ways and to understand the technique. So you can take it, another thumb push in this direction in the center of the top ball to cover the bottom ball. And the first part in the add, we only need to care that to don't expand the bottom ball, don't expand the hidden ball. If only need to care about that in this first step. So another way to do it, instead of take it and then press, is do it in just one time. That is how I mostly perform it. That is something like that. To do this, I come around the ball, thumb in the opposite side that the finger palm, in the opposite, and then push the ball into the bottom ball. Then you should feel when the bottom ball is compressed or not. So you don't need to push a lot. Sometimes just with that is enough to the bottom ball don't expand. Second part is the display itself. I mean, if we add, we are in this position and the ball is not expanded yet. So to do the display, we need to choose and we need to know how is our hand. I mean, if our hand is bigger, maybe we can do this in the fingertips, or if it's if we have different kinds of finger, you should choose how to perform this technique. But the main idea how I do it is when I'm here, to do it with no angles for any place, the tips of the finger just curve a little. The pinky is not like the others here. It's covering this place. So we need to take care from behind when we do this. So I add and my pinky is close in this angle. But when I turn to display, my pinky moves to cover this angle. But anyway, it's the thumb who decide if I need to cover this more or not. And with the thumb, if we choose, if we press in front, behind, or if we move the ball from any or other direction. So if I don't have people behind me and I want to perform a display in the front of the fingers, I just take it and the thumb don't push into the ring like a finger palm. It push into the fingertips and the other ball is behind. And it looks like I don't press the ball a lot. But this, of course, is only if I don't have people at my size. You need to care about the angles. Always that you have doubts about where the people is, just completely no angles variation is the best that you can do in most of situations. Next part of the technique is the transfer. The transfer is easier than it looks, and the idea is just switch the positions of the finger. Now the pressure, the ball is hidden because we have 2 points of pressures, okay? The thumb and the ring finger. So if I want to switch this to my left hand or into a spectator hand, I just need to first put the new pressure and then I lift the ring. And there is. So to do this technique in spectator hand or my left hand, the idea is the same. Add, display, and now transfer. To do this, I change this ring finger for this ring finger. So I push when I approach to the other hand. I move one finger, one by one. The thumb is who is pressing, and when the ball is touching the left hand, I can remove the forefinger. Thumb is pressing, and thumb makes sure that the ball is hidden to the angle that is right. So no angles, front angle or side angle. You need to choose, and it's in this moment that you do it. This, this, this. And then when this hand opens a lot, this hand curves like that. Take the finger palm, and with this thumb put on top, we are in the same position that in the other hand. So that's the add, display, and transfer. And now we only need to know how to do a drop, how to drop the ball when we are in a display. And the idea of this is just take care to don't remove the hidden ball too. Okay, just take care to only move the ball that is on top. So to do that, we have finger palm, and we need to learn how to do this. First, at the beginning, we learn how to do in this direction. Now we need to do it in the other direction, just here, but fast. The difficult part is to understand that when we try to grab the bottom, the hidden ball, sometimes we grab the top ball. We need to leave this pressure slowly and take the other. And we feel how the top ball separates from the hand when we leave the pressure, and there is. Now we can move this ball from table, for example. The table can make friction to, like in the apparitions. Or normally I do it with my thumb nail. So I'm in this position, I'm in the display. I close the ring finger, trying to don't grab the green ball in this case. Normally it usually are the same color. And then with the nail, just push, and my ring finger grab just the bottom ball. And then I can drop it. Of course, the same in both hands. Sometimes when we can do it, we can end in kind of Ramsey salty. I said kind of because Ramsey salty is softer than that, but with sponge balls we can do this. So add, display, transfer, and drop. This is one great technique to make one hidden ball in your hand and move to one hand to the other. This technique at the beginning is a little bit harder than other techniques, but all that you should to know is that normally we play with same color balls. And a lot of routines, you can do it with a different ball and it works. But at the beginning, I recommend, when I start, I play all same color balls. And later, I put a different color ball in a routine just for more clarity. But with the same color ball, you can play very relaxing this technique, because if you have a little mistake, normally don't worry, because are the same color, you're pushing, just talking, and don't worry if you have a little mistake. With the time, you will get practice, and then you can perform perfectly this kind of techniques that are the displays. In this case, the 2 like 1 display. Now we are gonna learn other display that is really one of my favorites too, that is 3 like 2 display. This is almost similar than 2 like 1, but in fact it should be easier, and it could be if you want, and it couldn't if you don't want. It's your choice. If you want to do easier, you don't need to care a lot. Just try to do the same that with one ball, but taking another inside. Okay, and you are performing a 2 like 1 with another ball behind. Okay, and you can do the same, but just learning how to have one more ball. So to do it in the easier way, that I never recommend, is 2 like 1 display, and then you take the other ball, and you are in 3 like 2. You transfer like 2 like 1, you drop like 2 like 1. It's exactly the same. But I always think, well, I have more balls, so if I have more balls to cover the hidden ball, maybe I can do less pressure. And if I do less pressure, I can show bigger balls how really they are. So this is a little bit difficult than the other, because the other is the same like 2 like 1, but it's not much more. We only need to understand how it works. The steps are the same: add, display, transfer, and drop. With this drop is with this end in finger palm. To teach this, I will use some different colors that I think it could be easier to understand everything. So we have one ball hidden in our finger palm. Like the others, normally we use always same colors, but in some situations it could be different, and for that it's great to learn all the details, how to cover perfectly the hidden ball. Okay, and the first way to do it, to add the balls, is one by one. We have 2 ways to add the balls. One by one, separate, like that. I take one ball, and then I take another ball. Or when the balls are together, that I just take it like 1. Another option, if the balls are separated, I can, with the back of my finger, move the balls and then take it together. Okay, so you can learn whatever you like, one by one or 2 together. Normally, when this is in a spectator hand, I take it together and I bring it to other spectator and make the display into other spectator hands to appear the third ball. This is the way that mostly we perform this technique. And to do this display, we need to learn how to press this ball just for a side. I mean, we are not pressing now on top in this direction, we are pressing now in a side. It's important to make easier the transfer to the left hand, that don't grab the balls in this direction. Just grab the balls in that direction. So what happens if when I add the ball with the two balls together, I will add the ball in this place and I grab it to my thumb at the same time that I take a little portion of these two balls, like that. It's important that my pinky push, because if not, I have this angle, okay? So, together, just one move. Just thumb, press at the same time that the ring finger open into this direction. It's difficult to do it slowly because if I do it very slowly, it's possible that the ring, that the ball expands in this moment. So we need to do it in just one move like that. The display itself is nothing different than the ad. When you are here, you just need to show and take care for this and take a little care for that. But if you push with the thumb and you can put a little bit of tension here because really the balls are really expanded, no? And the balls cover most of the angles. The other way to end in this position is take it one by one when they are separated. That we should do is this. To do this, we take the first ball in this position and we go to the second ball here. So what happens is that we take the first ball like the same way that we did it before with two. And as you can see, I pick only as a part of a ball here. Now I have some space to add the other ball and the thumb move a little bit. Move in that direction to grab two. So I add one and I add the second. Slowly as I can, I take the first and when I push in here, this ball helps me to move the finger and the table helps me to fit the pressure on the hand. Okay, because if I have the table, really I can move this finger. So take the first, and when I'm here, the table helps me a little bit so I can move the thumb into a new position. So this is a little bit harder than the two like one and add another, but it has a lot of advantages too. At the beginning, you can perform the two like one and just take another ball outside and perform the two like one and learn to do it with another more ball. But I recommend it slowly, practicing this. And you don't be afraid of that technique. I mean, the three balls are the same color. If you have any mistakes in this technique, really doesn't matter. I mean, doesn't matter if you hold like that and they can see the ball here because it should be red. When you are playing with different colors, it's other way. You need to be perfect, this technique. But when you're playing with same colors that almost tricks those, is just don't care. Stay relaxed and try to play the technique and don't be afraid to do it in front of people because really they're both the same color, no, nothing to afraid. Next step is the transfer. To the transfer is the same ideas, the same concept that I think if I can change the ball 2 times more, it could be more fun. When I have in this position and I want to transfer everything, all I need to do is respect that we know the 2 points of pressure that are now between the thumb, the ring, and the pinky too, because we are pressing in that direction. Okay? The direction that we are pressing is in that direction. It doesn't matter if we if we start one by one or two together, because the ending position is the same. That is with the balls in this direction. Why is not in that direction? That is probably our first impulse. Is because in this time, if I want to transfer, I only need to do this. Only need to move just a little bit like that. But if the balls are in this position, I need to move a lot on my elbow too, just to have no angles when I transfer. So for that, we always try to pick and to take the balls in that position with the thumb pressing in the ring and the pinky direction. So to do this transfer, just moving a little bit the hand in this direction, push, take it, and push with the right thumb. First, new pressure, then I lift the other, and I lift these fingers one by one when the left is taking it. And when the left half, all the hidden ball, I can move this ball. And now I'm in this kind of position just half in a second, because the thumb will press both to the fingertips. So to do this, transfer here, here, and here. Just swap fingers, push here, and then push with the thumb in that direction. And as always in the displays, the thumb is who decides if we have angles or not. I mean, in this position, the thumb decides no angles, and there's not, because the thumb is pushing in the middle, or decide if move everything to the fingertips and have a little bit angle behind. So when we end here to here to there, and we are in the 2-leg-1 display, in the 3-leg-2 display. To drop this is like in the 2-leg-1. With the nail, I take the first one, and always move the hand in this direction, because if not, they can see the ball. One, and just the table do the job to take the other. So display and drop. All together, finger palm, join one by one, display, transfer to other hand, and drop it. Normally we don't drop it, but because we put this into other spectator hands or something like that. The transfer into spectator hand is the same that the transfer to our hand. Just respect the pressures in a spectator hand. That is exactly the same. This is 3-leg-2 displays. I really love these techniques. I perform a lot in a lot of tricks that we have 2, 3 balls we can perform. And of course, you can do a lot of displays. You can do a 4-leg-2, and it works exactly the same. You just put the balls in your hands and play with that. Let's talk about loads. First of all, I want to talk to you about the pockets. I mean, loads is the way that we load the sponge balls is really one of the most important things in the sponge ball magic, because all time that you have 1, 2, or 3 balls and you want more, you need to load more, and you can do it from very different ways. First of all, we are going to see the pocket, how to use the pocket, because normally I don't use gimmicks. Normally I only use my own pockets, and I think the easiest way to understand the loads is understand your own loads. I mean, if you perform with any type of trousers or jeans, you just should learn how the sponge balls work in that clothes. So first of all, in the in my pocket, my back pocket is the pocket that I mostly use. Because normally the sponge balls move, it's possible that they move for the pocket. We try that they stay a little bit compressed or controlled, but normally they move. And obviously, if you have in the front pocket 20 balls, don't looks great normally. So the pocket that I most use is the back pockets of my jeans, and these pockets have three places to put sponge holes. So every pocket have few places to put a sponge ball. I mean, so knowing this, we can use this for a lot of things. First place should be this one. I mean, the closest to my hand. So in the I don't put the ball never in the middle of a pocket. The ball is always in the side of a pocket, and is just I just press and push in this direction to the ball is hidden in this side. And normally when I want to pick the balls one by one, and this may change, you can change it and for another place if you like, but when I want to pick the balls one by one, it's from this side because it's the closest to the hand. So I only need to come here and take the ball, or just put the fingers inside and take the ball. Okay. So this is the closest side of the pocket. There's the far away side of the pocket. It's the opposite, that I can put balls there too. And normally the far away side, I use it for take loads, for take big loads. I mean, loads are all for take maybe 10 balls, or for color changes that I know that the different color are in the other side, or a big ball. Okay, the big ball are fold like in a finger palm, and is in the right, in the left side of the pocket. So I know that here I can take one by one, and when I need the big one is here only. Then we talk a lot about the technique to take the ball and have it. Then they don't spend if it's big, or it is some different wool. And the third part of the pocket that I don't use it a lot, but is knowing that there is the bottom. So if I come into a pocket with an extra ball that I won't drop it, normally I can put it here in the right place if I know that I will need this ball later. But if I know that I don't need more this ball for the routine, and I will need all different balls that are in this side, or a big load that are in the other side, I just drop this ball to the bottom of the pocket, that is in the bottom. Okay, and if I don't need it, just go to the bottom of it. So this is the pocket, and this is how to use it, how to split the sponge balls in the same pocket, one in the right side and one in the left side. And all that you need to understand is that it's not necessary to have the sponge ball compressed in the pocket. In fact, it could be a little bit dangerous, because if you have a lot of time, I mean hours, one ball in the pocket, really tiny. When the ball appear, it could be very slowly, and don't pop very well. It could be worse if the water is dry, and the weather is dry. It could be worse because the sponge balls need a little bit of water to work wood. So it's better, don't fall and then put it. Of course, you can do it if you will perform in the next 15 minutes. But if you perform the next 15 minutes and the first trick is sponge balls, if the last trick of your show is sponge balls, or one of the last tricks, and you will perform by an hour and then sponge balls, it's better just to put it expanded in the pocket, and we will handle to put it to finger palming when we load it. So the way that I use the pocket is like that, and the way that I put the balls in the pocket is in that way. Is If I need to take it one by one, I use it one by one, and I make a column of this of balls that you can stack every number of balls that you need, and you can put this on the pocket. And I put this in the pocket. Of course, when I put it in the pocket, it expands in that direction. Okay, that's don't worry if they expands, but I put it here in this side, and this expands a little bit. And this is like a dispensator of SpongeBob that I can take one and then another and then another and then another because they are one by one on top one of the other, the other, and the other, and it works like one ball push the next and push the next, and it's just with two fingers you can take the first one and go into finger palm, and next and go to finger palm. And a way to put the balls in the pocket is together. I mean, if I know that I will pick these balls together instead of one by one, I should put it together. So we have different ways to do this. One of them is compress the ball. It's compressing the balls. That, as I told you before, if the balls are too much time in the pocket, I don't know, recommend it because when they will appear very sad balls, and they spend more time to open. So the best way to do this with compressed ball is make a finger palm and make another finger palm. It's not a finger palm, that will fall in there. And put it on top. And with another ball, you can go around this. And this is one easy way to handle three balls like one, and you know that this is in the pocket. And if you use the side of the pocket, this ball never this group never will move from there because I only need to take one. It looks like he came together. And of course you can do it with more balls. You can push more balls and then try to handle like one with just one ball that is around. Yes, or that in another place. This is another way to do it, and this is in the side of all that. Just everything that help us to grab the balls, and they stuck in a column. That is always better that have the balls randomly in the pocket. For a big load, it's exactly the same. Normally, when I have a big ball, I have it in this place, and there is the way to put it. And if, for example, for a routine, I need grab two balls, but only once time. One idea that I use a lot is this. Okay, if in the routine I will need grab one ball, then grab another, but then I need two together, I use this direction. Don't think about this. And then I put more balls if I need for later. So in my pocket, this last balls that I load, then the two together because I need it in that moment, and I put it like that in this direction. Compress another on top, and what I'm doing here is that I set up all my loads for the routine, and this is in this direction in this side of the pocket. So as you can see, I can have here a big load or a 10 balls in this side that my finger can go here and take only this one, or I can take one by one the others. I know that I have one goes to finger palm and appear something, another that goes to finger palm and should pass and then appear. It's better to just appear. And now I know that I have two because they are together, and only I need to do is to pinch the balls like one, and they should join together. It's one, two, the other two, and then the other two. And if I have like that, I only take the balls, and just with the same, I will take the two balls together because they are. So this is the way that I normally use the way that I normally use the pocket. And now I want to show you the technique that I use to pick the pocket, to pick the ball from the pocket and move it into a finger palm. Because there are two ways to understand the technique. One way is when you have just a few balls in the pocket and you can put all the hand in the pocket because you just have maybe three or four, and you can in the pocket you can take one ball, put it in the finger palm, and then come out with the hand with finger palm. But normally I have balls here, I have a lot of balls there, because here I stack it to pick it one by one, and here I stack it the balls to pick it in a big load. That. So if I want to take one ball from here, only with index and thumb, no, not like this is only for explanation, only with index and thumb I take the a small part of the ball, and then it goes into finger palm. So I take it and goes into finger palm. You don't need to do very fast finger palm. It's only necessary that when you take the ball and when you are here, the finger palm is already finished. I always that I take the ball from the pocket, I do a true falls. Always, because I have time enough to do it, because I'm going to the pocket. If you have time to take a load, you have time to take to fold it in two times. That is quite better for the finger palm later. So finger palm like that. This is a technique with the with his fingers. Of course, if you only have one ball, maybe you can put the thumb, and I have a lot of balls now. You can put the thumb and take it and goes into thumb palm if you like. And if I want to load a group, I don't use the fingertips. I use the full finger inside, or both or more than one finger inside the pocket. So the thumb on top touch the balls, and the index or more fingers, if it depends on your clothes, goes into the pocket and grab everything from bottom to top. So if the load is like that in the pocket, you comes here from this side and then just grab it and take it into a kind of finger palm. It's not finger palm. It's just you just close the fist with the balls in your hand and then try to do some relaxing, flattering or something, just taking care about the angles of that. When you handle big loads of balls, normally you are coming from a very relaxing time, and you can take the balls and make disappear or load it in some hat or ball or whatever. So this is the way that I understand the loads, and how I use the pockets to fit the sponge balls there. So I hope you use it and you find your own ways to use your pockets, because it depends a lot on your clothes. It's not the same. Use the front pocket that have size 2, and that use the back pocket. And for example, in this pocket, if I put it in this place, they are great, and I can use the pocket anywhere and show it empty, because it's only in this side. Okay, and then I can come back with an sponge. Well, what I did here is just express a lot of compress in this side, and of course you need to know which trousers you have, and when I come back, I take it to the frame. For example, in this pocket, I don't use the bottom of the pocket because the ball expands a lot. I use the top and the side to stay in the corner and stay compressed if it's possible, because we don't want the ball to stay compressed. We just want that stay stop, that don't move, that stay there, because if not you can move and then you need to find where is the ball. And no, it should be in just the same spot, that the two frictions that the two frictions of the pocket for the hit, these two frictions make the ball doesn't move. Okay, and this is the idea that we always try to find in a pocket. I put it in this place, so I know the ball will be in that place. If I put it in a side, I know the ball will be in this side. So I can use the pocket and then I can load the ball if when I need. So this is how I use my pockets. Of course, you can use gimmicks, you can use everything, but this is for me the best solution that I recommend it to you, because for stage magic it's different. In the stage magic you can do your own loads or that, but really when I perform with a few balls or in or something with less than 20 balls, I don't use loads at all, gimmicks at all, only the balls on the pocket and go to the stage. So I hope you use your pockets. We know where we have the balls, they are in the pockets, in his right spots. Okay, now how we can handle to get it, and the people don't notice that. Because obviously if I do this, everybody know that I have one ball on my hand, and we have a lot of ways to understand how to load spongeables, and you can learn a lot about manipulators and all magicians that have manipulation acts and something like that, and how they use his body to load and everything. Caps and balls routine or these kinds of routines are able to understand and ways to load. But we are here to talk about spongeables, and with the spongeables we have a lot of kind of classic loads. Um, it is split. They are split in two. First, when you go openly to the pocket, you go to do something in the pocket, and all the people know that you go to the pocket to do something, to take anywhere, to drop anywhere, and then you use that travel just for take a ball or two or three or whatever. Other way, another thing could be when you do a secret move that you don't want to nobody know that you are taking a ball. So we are gonna talking about how works this kind of loads and how you can perform it and how you can play it in your routines. So first of all, when you go openly to the pocket, so openly to take the any balls to anywhere. And we have few ways to understand this. First is when you go to take another thing. For example, I need something from here that is, yes, it is here, the purse frame, and the ball is in the finger palm. And the idea is that you have the ball in the same place that the object, then you can, yes, there is the pen, and you bring out the pen, and within you have your ball in your finger palm. Of course, it's not always necessary to do a two-fold finger palm when you take the ball. It depends on the situation. If the ball immediately appear with a field transfer technique or something, normally you don't. With one fold is enough. I mean, I make one fold and then I bring the object. At this less time in the pocket is better than two folds. That's for sure. So, and now I can do a kind of Ramsey salty. I do a kind because this is not a Ramsey salty, but a kind of to show, and then you can produce. Okay, one fold is enough for that, for example. But and if you play with more techniques, if I have here more balls, do a load, I play with that balls. The way that I perform the displays, the shuttle pass, and everything helps you to make the second fold, because when you do a display, you push and the ball is tighter. So it's not always necessary to do second fold. Okay, it's better stay less time in the pocket. It's always better than do two folds. Ways to interpret this, you have a lot.
a lot. One classic way to take something from the pocket openly is just go and take an object, of course, but you can go to the pocket and don't do nothing. For example, you I can have here, this is an invisible. Yes, there is an invisible ball. It's an invisible. And the idea of that is that, of course, you search and you just, when you take something invisible, you be sure that the ball is in the spring upon very tight. Okay, because you most hand you show is always better when you come out with that invisible object. That could be a pen, that could be another ball, a dice that roll, or whatever. But the important is understand that when you take something invisible, normally the people don't expect that you really take something real. I mean, it should be we should be a little bit idiots if really we search for a long time and then we come with with a hidden object, and then in some way I want to know that the people think that we are not idiots. So, but not all sport, but so I can, when I go to take some invisible object, just take the oh, invisible is hard to find it. Yeah, and there is. And then you can perform a flattering or something, and with these invisible objects and balls, and you can. Another way is to search. When you try to search in different pockets, and you can find it or not. For example, I need a pen that I have here. Not here is ha. And of course, you every time that you go into the pocket, you can drop one ball that you have in your hand, or you can bring a new one into the stage. So to perform in this kind of these kinds of loads, of course, you need to understand yourself, your way to express, your way to performing, because not the same if you move slowly as if you move a lot, and if you, I, I mean, you need to know yourself to do these kind of things. And the most important is that you feel there's, oh, it's in that way. So that you notice, focus attention here, and this doesn't matter. I mean, this hand comes in, comes out to the pocket, is here. No, I look there, I discard that option. Oh, it's not there, so it should be, yes, here is. So nobody cares, nobody remember that you put the hands on the pocket. Of course, if now appear one ball, it's nothing too much um, impressive, because of course your hands what's in the pocket just for a few seconds. But if you're in the middle of the routine and you need something or that, it could be very very strong. So other way to perform this kind of this kind of techniques is, of course, when you put something. If I were, okay, I don't need this, I put it on the pocket and I come back with finger palm ball for sure. And there are the ways to hidden the ball in your to take the ball that you have hidden openly. I mean, you just go to the pocket to do something and use this travel to come back with a sponge ball. The other way is do it secretly. I mean, we want that nobody notice that we have one ball, that we do this move, right? And it could be to any pocket. You just need to rehearsal how to come here, how to come here, how to go here. On my experience, it's not necessary to do it faster, okay? Because it's our first impulse is go faster, but as fast as you go, as attention you bring in the hand that's moving. So it's the opposite. It's just think when you are performing. Okay, I need an sponge ball and this behind. So first of all, you need to understand how your arms move around your body. So if I need to take a sponge ball from behind, and my hand, I'm talking here. First of all, I need to relax a little bit, or and then I did the half of, because the half of the way, because not the same doing all of this and take the ball and come here, that just relax and only need to do this. Okay. It's important to understand that not only the hand load the pocket, is load the disposable, it's all your body. I mean, if I do this, of course, everybody will notice that. But if this shoulder go in front, in the natural move is that this hand goes to the other side. So anytime that I will talk or point anyone to the opposite direction, I talk with a spectator here, or I talk with a spectator here, and my shoulder out here, my hand is relaxing here. So it's very easy to take one ball from the pocket when you are here. It's difficult to take it when you are here, but you need to force the situation to they stay in the to the hand stay in the right place in the moment of the load. So of course the fits works for you too. It's not the same have the two feet in the floor like that and go to the pocket, that you have one foot behind and another in front of you, that it helps you a lot to turn over. So it depends where you put the feet. It's in this or this direction. For you could be easy to turn over or not. So if I want to make a load from this side, my feet, my right feet, do something like that, and or maybe like that, and the other a little bit. No, I never cross normally the front, no, but something just a little bit, and then I can. It's easier to load, right? So your feet helps you too. So the load is not with hands. The load is with all your body, and this is the most important to understand when you want to have one ball. And the other important thing to understand is the sliding theory. I mean, the tension and relaxing moments. Every time that you have a relaxing moment, you have time to load. Okay, because you are here, something happens, you can step back and make one quick load. Quick, I mean, in time, nothing fast. Okay, this, this, and this goes into effect. So I do a lot these kinds of loads, and the easy way to do a secret load and spongeables are really the perfect for learn how to load, because we have spectator hands, and every time that one spectator open his hands when something magic happens there, that they will think that it was only one ball and open with two. This is very amazing, and all the attention is focused in spectator hand, so not yours. So you can relax. Please open your hand. The mind is in the middle of the way. Open your hand, and when he do it, you just whatever you need to find your own test, but just step back and take the load, and just continue with the techniques that you know, like a fluttering, finger palm, shoe leg on displays, whatever it is. The important is that you use the strong moments, the powerful effects in the routine to make a relaxing times and then come back. Okay, in a relaxing time you can always and then come back. And another way that I do it a lot is every time that the focus is in some point. I mean, if I have this one, I give it into a spectator. The spectator can take and can touch that, and when I come back, when I take it back, everybody's looking for the pen, so I can make a load instead the other that I did when I take the pens, of course. So just learn about your body, do it a lot, and don't be afraid for loads, because you remember every time that spectator open his hands is a great time for loads. The only difficult loads are the at the beginning of the routines, and it should be covered if you take an object or you put an object in the pocket, and it's the easiest way to get any ball with you. So this is the loads techniques. Know yourself. We're gonna talk about false transfers. This is a huge theme about to talk about it, and we can put a lot of hours about talking about false transfers. The main idea of a false transfer is that you pretend to put one object in one hand that is not. So this is the main idea of false transfer. But in fact, we have really few kinds of false transfer, and for me, and my way to understand this is that we don't need 20 for false transfer in our hands. We only need 2, 3, maybe 4 to express different sensations. Because the important in a false transfer is not the false transfer itself. The important is what we want to say. It is the communication that we want to share to our audience about the false transfer. So I think that interpretation is more important than technique in false transfer. Of course, technique should be right. I mean, the false transfer should be great performed and end in a flattening or in a finger palm or something. But the technique should be it's important. But the way that we choose to interpret that false transfer is a huge difference, and we can choose a little kinds of interpretations in every false transfer. I mean, just a few examples. It's not the same just to put one ball in the hand and don't care too much that look the ball and put it in the hand and stay looking there. No, it's different feelings, different sensations. It's not the same just put it and don't care or just say no. But really, I put here that really are. We have different tones of interpretations about force transfers. One of the most important things that we can know about force transfers is that they are a technique between internal and external life. So the ball always transit to stay expand to be compressed. So this is a huge idea. I mean, always that we perform a force transfer, the balls start expanded and should end compressed. So we need to understand how we can use the force transfer technique to help us to fold the ball. Because, okay, this is a great force transfer, but this is not finger palm. So we need to end in this finger palm, or instead of that, with only one fold in this. But always knowing this. And we have few ways to understand the false transfer, because it's not the same just the ones that just pretend to express to put the ball in the hand like the Vernon styles, that they want to pretend to have a retention, that a visual retention of the hand, that the way that the others to really the ball is in the hand and you make some steal. So they are different situations, and they looks and feel different for an audience. So when you want one sensation, you can choose one kind of force transfer or another. So this is the introductions of force transfer. Now go to see how to steal balls. Let's play Vernon style force transfer. What it means is that we only try to do a force transfer that it looks like we only put the ball in the hand, nothing less than that. I mean, only take the ball and put it on the hand, and the force transfer should imitate that move. The idea of this simple force transfer that You can perform them in different situations, but the technique is very simple. Is that we are gonna do a finger palm. We're gonna do a finger palm, but instead of press the ball in the bottom that we can, we're gonna press the ball in the middle of the ball. So if we press the ball in the middle instead of the bottom, we have a kind of finger palm that is longer, and of course it's better push in the bottom to do a second fold. But if we only do a single fold, push in the middle is better because the ball is longer and don't grow in this direction. So for this force transfer, we are gonna do just one fold at the beginning, and then we can bring a new one. So the idea is very simple. I mean, when I start to move the hand into another, in the diagonal force transfer, I really put the ball onto the hand. So with the sponge balls, with this kind of force transfer, we put the ball into the hand. I mean, the ball touch this point of the hand at the end of index finger, touch there, and the thumb press the ball into the middle of these two fingers. If you want, you can do it into the ring and go with the finger palm as you learned it. Then now it's important that left hand can take the ball and right hand doesn't close it. It only relaxing. I mean, if I close now the right hand, I'm stealing this ball. But if I just relax this hand, it's quite different. So the hand, the right hand, don't close here. Just thumb push and then relax around the thumb to make the first fold. If you have time to make a second fold because you have a big way to express yourself like I do, you can do a second fold right now. If not, if you move very slowly, they like Paco Rodas normally perform, for example, for him should be impossible now to perform a second fold because he moved very slowly. But like in the shallow pass, it's a David Roth theory that big move when I start move to do something, I can put the thumb to make the second fold. So if you move a lot and you perform like that, of course you can do the two folds in the same time. But if you move very slowly, you did only one, stay comfortable with one, and when you move the hand to take a one or another ball or something, you do the second fold. So the technique with both hands is press the ball, both hands face up, face down, put the ball in his place, left hand takes the ball, right hand relaxes. This is the technique itself. Now you can perform this technique with a few subtleties. For example, if you have another object, you can do the force transfer in transit to another object. And as Kanye said, always that you do that, it is easier to split the attention. So it is important that the force transfer is not the ending of an action. I mean, we don't end the action here, because if we end the action here, it have a lot of attention. This normally is in the middle of a sequence. So we start the action and we continue the action. This is in transit too. I put the ball on my left hand in transit to take the other ball. We are in finger palm. So we have a lot of ways to perform a diagonal force transfer. But most of them it depends of your character. I mean, you can just try to put the ball in the hand, or you can focus. Okay, the ball on my left hand. I did it in transit to my sleeve, for example. Or you can do it like if you don't care. For example, put your hand palm up. I take this one, you take that, and like if you don't care, you don't need to focus always on force transfer. So this kind of force transfers are the best. My way to understand this is that the best force transfer is not who have the best technique or the best way to steal one ball. It's just the one who have the spectator don't have questions about where the ball is. I mean, if your body language talk about it, the ball is in left hand, the ball is in left hand. So nobody will suspect other thing. So this is the most important part of force transfers. And then we try to do it softly. I mean, the hands need to don't grab one hand with each other. Just try to avoid that ideas. Just try to avoid more gestical expressions that we use. For example, is a lot of magicians perform force transfer doing this, and it's not necessary to doing this. Of course, if it's your style, it's great. You can like a dancer. It's not my style, of course. For that looks more funny than elegant. But if it's your style, it's your choices. You learn about yourself and choose the way to perform it. And the technique is what it is. Is that it's just thumb on top and relax and one fold, and when you move to other thing you can do other fold. Or if while I'm talking, if I have a bigger move in the right hand than the thumb, I can push the second fold while I'm talking. So that's the important. But remember always that you need something, maybe a magic wand or whatever. But take and there is, and you can use the techniques that we know to make this. Maybe you can use a display and a thumb palm to this happen, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, every routine is different, and you should learn how to use the force transfer. This is the Taiwan styles force transfer. We're gonna do the clipped varnish. This vanish is a kind of retention vanish who always pretend to keep the visual retention literally of the spongeables. It pretend looks like when you close the hand, the ball is still there visually, you know. So we have several ways to interpret that technique. Normally, this technique with the spongeables uh, is that you put the spongeable, you close your hand, and then you steal the ball into to sample. This is the classic way to perform this. That of course it is really great way to do it, because when you have here go to finger palm is very difficult. So go into thumb palm is easier, and will be always the great solution. But I think we have more we can do like a more visual rotation if we don't close the hand when we put the ball. Instead of that, that I propose is that you put the ball and then do it in transit to do something, and you in fact start to steal the ball in the direction of the spectator's eyes, so they see the ball still there because the ball is still there. And while you do this, you start to close in your hand. So for that, they think that the ball is in the hand because the visual is powerful. And slowly you can see how this hand first go out and then closes at the same time that this goes into a thumb palm. Normally I can go into a thumb palm or I can do into a finger palm. Okay, to do going into a finger palm, just put it and go there. And in every situation, it could be great do it in transit. We can add a lot of ideas on top of this technique. If I do it in transit into a take the magic wand, I have an excuse to go in that direction, so it's better for the technique. Put it, then my finger pound the ball just with one fold and take the magic wand. In this case, the magic stick. And that's the main idea of this retention, that you can add more things. For example, with a false move. For this, I real put it, and then I make it in transit. So you can add more interpretation tips yet to make it better. But the important is that you always need to understand where are the spectators, because if they are at my left, I should move a little bit to this side to they can see the ball, because the problem of this should be if you still in this direction, because if I still in this direction, they can see exactly how I steal the ball. But if I do it in that direction, of course, they have the retention here of the ball when the hand is closed. So it's the clipped punish. This thing. Well, all in one match. Let's go to the delicate extraction. This move is from Frank Garcia's book, Encyclopedia of Spongeable Magic, and it's really a great move. This kind of force transfer is one who really put the ball into a hand. In fact, it's not really a force transfer, it's a steal, because you really put the ball in the hand and then you steal it from there. So this is the idea of this force transfer, that you steal the ball for them. So you need to get a little excuse to come closer to this hand that is not suspiciously. I mean, one ball on my left hand that there is with a magic wand. It's in the wrong place. So the ball on my left hand, I don't touch. I just take with the magic wand and it goes. So the way to perform this technique with the hands, not the feet or foot, of course, is you close. You don't need always a wand, okay? But this is it's really great to handle the ball when disappear. But of course, you can do it without the wand. Just hold it like that and manage, and it not necessary to be direct. I mean, it's not necessary to steal and show how it disappears. You can stay here and then go to other place. And I like a lot when a spectator grab my fist, because the sensation is really good. That you have one sponge ball and you say to the spectator, please, you will grab my fist like that, very strong, that I can't do nothing or move or anything. And when you do that, of course, you perform the technique and then you move into finger palm to make a flattening in your own arm. Okay, the idea of technique is that the ball is really in the hand, but we try to move it outside of the fist. So to do this, we try to do like a kind of thumb palm, but we don't end in the thumb palm. We just press more the ball into the thumb base, and then the ball is outside the hand. So in this situation, only that we need to do is just clip this ball with the thumb. All that I recommend is that imagine that this an imaginary clock that goes in a reverse way. And when you are doing the second lap, you start to turn over the hand and you pinch here and do the still. And with this still, now you can move whatever you want. You want to move to your fist, just transfer to finger palm and do it. Please grab me here. You want to do it into a magic wand, you can do magic wand. And behind the arm is the better excuse because you need to do this move to come here. So you can shoulder and then you come to this. I just tap 2 times, like my ball on my right hand. Then I move it. Here is. I move it. And I make this tip. Sometimes I push a little bit with the finger to help the ball fit in the thumb palm. But it's not really necessary. You can no move. You can no move this hand. You can just clip. I switch into finger palm too when I take the magic one. I always try to switch into finger palm because I'm more comfortable with finger palm and wand than with thumb palm and wand. But if your own style is more comfortable with the thumb palm, you can perform it if you like it. So you need to perform this trick. The most important is the excuses that you have to come here. That it can be a lot. It depends up to you. But telling a spectator something, just please you push, hit me here, and it's enough. Just any excuse is valid to to come here and make this classic still. I hope you like. This bring me a lot of laughs and astonishment to the audience because when I start was one of the first stills that I perform, and I hope you like it a lot. Let's go to talk about the pretend take. The pretend take is like a force transfer, but it's not because really we don't transfer the ball. We just, of course, we try it. We try to strike it, but in fact, we don't transfer the ball. We try to take it. It's some different. And the same idea like the others. Always try to go into a finger palm. That is all our better solution for the most of situations. So to do the pretend take, you need to have the ball in the hand and try to take it. To do this, what I'm doing is that my thumb with the nail pushes into finger palm. So my thumb push and I can fold the ball in a half around my thumb. And then my left hand turn over and the round right comes with the ball. So it's just take the ball. Of course, you don't need to always turn the hand to do it. You can just go to finger palm and there is the pretend take vanish. It's very useful for a lot of situations, and the big advantage that it have is that the sponge ball is already in the place that ends. No? So you just take it and you pretend to take it to anywhere. No? So normally you don't need a lot of excuses of interpretation for this, because you just take this ball to do something with that ball. So you take this ball to put it in a cup, for example, or something. So you put it in a hat, and there is. No? And you can play this false take, a pretend take, whatever you want. Let's do the Steve Dacre's two faces false transfer. This false transfer is from Steve Dacre, who plays in his tool of Spongeable Magic from Magic by Gosh that was published in 1990s, and it's a really, really great false transfer for a lot of situations. I really love it. And the idea is that you put balls on your hand and you can steal it at last, no? When you put the last of the balls. So the first you put it, you real put it in the hand, and when you put the second, you make the steal. You take the third to go to the pocket. In the case of an always three, of course, but really you can perform it without the third ball and goes in transit to a magic one, and it's just it's important to do it in transit to somewhere, because if not, it's very difficult, because this can't be an ending action and you stay here. So you need to go to anywhere, but if you do it in that direction, from here, and you can do it with more than two sponge balls. I can put two real, when I put the last one, I steal everything. But normally we're gonna do this in an always three for an ending of an always three, and this is the best one of his best applications. Of course, it's not the only one. The idea of this force transfer is very simple, and this you take one ball with index and thumb pinch like that. It should be like that. It's not in this way. Why? Because we want to take the three balls in the same thing, in the same way. I mean, if I take this ball here and now I make the steal, it's a huge difference now. But if the hand is now relaxing like in a finger palm position, it's easier to hit now that balls. The same happens if you go into a magic one. So to do this technique, you need only two balls. The third of the magic one is only an excuse that could be anything. I mean, if you're drinking a glass of water, it could be that. I mean, one, two balls, and a little bit of water. It could be strange, but you can do it in transit to anywhere. Okay, and to do it is very simple. First ball is the easiest because you just put it in the center of the hand. Even my grandmother can do it. The second one, maybe for my grandmother, could be different, could be difficult to perform it because you need a bit of rehearsal. Who is put the ball on top of the other, just push. Now this hand stands a little, index finger push more because we want the ball compressed much as we can, and thumb steal the both balls into the finger palm. Of course, it's not a great finger palm because we are stealing the balls as we can, but as you can see, more or less, it's like a finger palm with one ball just with one folded. So put the first, the second on top. The timing should be like an applause, just one short moment. And in the moment that the fingers stand, in my case with my hands, with your hands, probably should be a little bit different if you have a longer, shorter, fatter, or thinner fingers. Put here, when I put the second top of the other, every finger go to the end of the same finger in the other hand. I mean, the pinky goes to the end on the pinky, the ring at the end of the ring, and the medium at the end of the medium. So every finger fit in his place. And then with the thumb, it's easier to do the still. Then you close. It's important, like in all force transfer, like a Vernon style. First close the left hand, and then the right hand goes and closes in transit to a new object. So as a single vanish, one, two there, and goes. To make that looks softly, the most important is the rhythm. The rhythm is the most important. You can't run all the balls at the same timing. If you want to run because you move faster, you do it in every balls. I mean, I can do it with a lot of rhythm. And I can do it slowly too. Because the speed is not who makes this happen. And it's important that all have the same rhythm. One that is big suspicious and breaks the illusion a lot if change the rhythm. If I put the first, then I put the second, and then I put the third into my pocket, of course we should run away to this interpretation. And now I'm over exaggerating, overreacting this change of speed, but sometimes the change of speed is just a little bit like that, and it's enough to break the illusion. It's better if you put the first one, then the other, and then everything into the pocket. And what makes the perfect illusion that the balls really are in the hand is that the first ball really are in the hand. So it's difficult to understand for an audience if they want to think about it, how we steal the balls. It's difficult for them to understand that if we put one ball and we would do exactly the same, we will put the same ball because it's the same action, exactly the same. And the way that we go to take the second and put it, we open, and this, when we open, and they can see how the first ball is still there, they know that this ball will be there too, because for they, one action is the same always. And of course, as I told you, you can do it with more balls if you want, because it's not depend in the number of balls. The minimum is 2. The maximum, it depends on your hand. If you can fit 10 balls in your hand, it could be a lot for this technique, but with 3, it's possible to do it. You just put one, put the second really, and when you steal the third, everything goes. And it's not too always that I perform here, vanish, I take now the one and open the hand, but really in the routines didn't work like that. Normally the routines have the balls there, and then with the magic wand, please take it, do this magical gesture, yes, and there is, and the sponge was completely coarse, and you have your finger palm, your flattening, your anything that you need to be happy. So this is the stiff dark wrist in 2 steps false transfer that is perfect for an always 3 vanishing illusion. Let's do the pop-up move. The pop-up move, the idea is it's very simple. We just put balls into our left hand that they really want. The idea of this still is really nice to make some coins, some balls across, and because when you have a few balls and you only need to disappear one, it's a really cool move, really nice move. That the original one is in the Frank Garcia's Encyclopedia of Spongeable Magic, the greatest book that we have from the 1976. And the idea is you put the ball into the hand and your second finger don't let the ball go in. So you close the fist and you introduce it and it stops here. Of course, you can do it with a little salty that is introduce that release stop here and then introduce the finger, and when you take the finger out you move a little bit the ball from you. When you go to a second ball, the hand turns into you, and then you only need to open this finger a little bit and perform a Vernon false transfer. Vernon, and the second fall, you can do it when you go to introduce the ball again. That it could be really introduced, or it could be like last in the same position to steal another ball. Finger palm and second fold when I do second one. So this is the pop up move. Put force transfer by Vernos. And you can do it with more balls if you want. Normally we do it only with the first ball to steal only one of the three balls. So this is the pop-up move from Frank's Tortilla. This is a classic color change. Pew. The idea of this technique is, of course, have one ball finger palm, and this is explained for the first time by Patrick Page in his DVDs in the 1990s. That he performed there a lot of ideas with SpongeBob from mouth and kind of matrix, and he bring us a lot of new ideas in that video, and this was one of them that I'm sure that in more magicians does this because it's a classic coin move. So just like with the same color change with the coins, we just come here with the bowling finger palm, we clip the ball, and we try not only clip the ball, we know we always go into a folded situations, so we just clip the ball around the thumb, and it helps a little bit. It's not too much, but it's a bit more than don't do it. And you can open, and then you can move into your finger palm and make a display like Chile one. But in this case, the display should be perfect because it's different color ball. So there is the classic change. The most important part in of color change is that when you perform it, you can say something that like, and it sounds really cool. That's the most important in the color change. Push, play, clip, and pop. So this is the classic change. Pew. Let's do a change from display. This is the idea is that you have sync, finger palm, display two like one, and then top ball goes into thumb palm, and you can freely open the ball, open the other hand into the left to take it, and then move again to your fingertips. So ball here and out. There is The important in this color changes is that is in the difference between the other is that it's not instantly visual. With the other one, it's instantly, and you need to fix it very soon because the people could suspect that we have something. But in this one, this is quite different. It's not visual. It's another kind of visual change than that can be stay far away from the moment that it changes, and maybe take a magic one or something that the other ball is could be far away or even don't exist, no? Because if you have this and you have, oh, here on my pocket I have some fairy powders. Yeah, there is. Let's do this. This is color change. So you can perform this kind of color change that this is the most color changing that I do most of the times. The most important part is that you need to take care to don't have angles to anywhere when you put the ball into this hand. So just take care of the angles and it will be perfect color change.
Okay, we are gonna talk about spectator hands. This is the powerful effect that we have with spongeables. So we need to learn how to make this powerful effect really, really feel very strong for the spectators. So the techniques are not difficult, are the same like in your own hands, but in a spectator hands. Only that you need to do is respect the 2 points of pressure, and the time that you add spongeables into spectator hands, always respect that points of pressure. That's the main idea. And we will learn a few ways to make different interpretations about spectator hands, because the most important is that if the routine is well constructed and with a good structure, it will power up the spectator hands. So it's very important to the spectators play with the expectations of the spectators to power up everything in spectator hands. So normally one structure that I always propose is just show the trick, then repeat it with more clarity with the display techniques and that, and then do it in the spectator hands. And this structure will really power up his expectations, because they know what's going to happen more or less, and they didn't expect that it's going to happen in his hands, because that's really crazy idea. And with this trick is close to be 100 years old. It's the oldest trick that we have with spongeables, and it's the strongest. And I think that this part could be very dangerous for you. I mean, it's very powerful and it's easy. Only want to do this. Okay? It's important to understand that this is only one part. It's our best part, but it's only one part. I mean, the spectators, the reactions will be amazing. And I think one of the problems that the spongeable magic last 50 years, since Frank Garcia's book in 1976 till now, that really spongeables don't grow a lot, just a few techniques or a few tricks in a new DVD or something. It could be because spectator hands are easy to perform and too powerful. And if we have an amazing tool that is easy to do and very powerful, we need to use it very clever, and we need to use it really in the best places for get the best reactions. And not only take out the balls, one for me, one for you, nothing, open your hand. It's not only that, it's much more than that, and we can power up this situation. If this is our best trick, we need to do the best construction and the best techniques to this works much better. So enjoy the spectator hands, and let's go the techniques in the volunteers' hands. Let's talk about the add on the spectator hands. Please, Eric, can you help me? Put your hand here, and you feel like if you are a spectator. And the idea is very simple. We will try to use the spectator hand as our hand. Really, we can use both hands, but always we can try to avoid the thumb. This is not important now for these techniques, but it could be for the advanced techniques in the spectator hands. Because when we put the ball in the spectator hands, it's easier if the thumb of the spectator is not on our palm, because we can play and hidden balls there. So always try to avoid that, asking for, in this case, the left hand. If he's on my right, it should be the right hand. And in that situation, I can play here, and his thumb is in the other side because of the anatomy. I don't know, of maths or something, what it is. And the palm is free to maybe steal balls or something. Always, of course, with still one ball, it's not, but maybe with two or something like that. Of course, changes in the future, you will learn. And for that, now I always want to play with the thumb in the other side. But it's not necessary. I mean, this is just a tip, but it's not always necessary. To do an add in a spectator hand, we need a hidden ball on our finger palm, add in a display, and add this into a spectator hand. And to do this, the idea is add in this position and put the hidden ball in his fingers in this way. And then I can remove, and with my thumb, I can press into spectator hands, and I can wait here till he closes. And this is the best way to make the ball hidden till last moment. I mean, open your hand, please. We always try to don't hurry, to don't be hurry, to don't be very fast. Put your hand, because if we try to close and that's not necessary. It's important that if we put the ball here, then close your hand. And if I always ask for the hand is on air and not on table, because it helped me. Open, please, Eric. Thank you. Because it helped me a lot when I want to add the ball on. I put it, and if he don't close, I can with the other fingers go behind and help him a little bit. It's important to don't manipulate the spectator. I mean, he's a human being, and he know what he need to do for the show continues. So he always normally will do what do you ask for him. So if I explain what's gonna happen, he always will do it. I mean, if I tell you, take out, put your hand palm up here. I put the hand palm up here. I take the ball, and you close it in the fist like that. Close in the fist. And you see, if he closes, it's great. If he don't, I just put it and close. It's only that. We don't need you don't need to do some judo techniques or something. No, it's not necessary. It's not necessary that. Softer is always better. Cleaning is always better. If you can perform this slowly, it's better than if you can do it faster. And one last time to do this add-on, display, and as always in the display, we choose the angle. This is a display in a spectator hand, so we choose the angle too. If I don't have audience here, that really always should be audience here, I don't end here, so my thumb move to cover the ball to everybody in that direction, and then he closed the hand. And of course, I always make the order before put the ball in the spectator hand. I mean, put your hand palm up and take the ball and close in your fist. Now he know what I want. So when I do this, he will try to take the ball. Now he will try to take the ball. And other way, because I perform a display in his hand is because sometimes the spectator, when have the balls in his hand, open a little bit and push. Sometimes happen. And if you add in any way, if you add randomly the balls, and the spectator do that, he see small balls here, and this would be bad. So if you want to be relaxed, the best that you can do is put close and then no, but put the fist face down like that. And now, if the spectator have the fist face down on table, it's impossible that he open the hand. I mean, if I'm talking with other spectator and he starts to open the hand, start to open a little bit, no, close, because he need to open. So when I see that he starts to do this, I say, no, wait here, no move the fist. This is, it should be in that spot or something like that. Because we always need to control the spectator. So always that you are talking with our spectator in the perfect view, you should not looking, but pay attention just for he move, react, and take here. You don't need to do much more. And this is one of the ways to do it. If we have the other hand, the idea is exactly the same. We have the thumb that it could be a little bit annoying, but not for this technique. Not in fact for the add-on. So the idea is exactly the same. And you can add on in different ways. I mean, if you don't want to put the display in his hand, you can do just a regular classic add-on that is finger palm, you add on top and put both on the hand, and that's it. And the instruction need to be clear in this case, because you put your hand palm up, close the fist with the ball, and put it here on table. Because now you don't have the display, and any mistake that he open a little bit to push or something, it could see both balls, and we always try to avoid that. Okay, this is the add-on spectator hands, and now we're gonna see how to do it with more balls. That is exactly the same. Put your hand palm up, and I always, when want one hand, I point that hand. I mean, I don't say put your left, no, I just point, put your hand palm up, put your hand palm up, put your hand palm up. And now if I repeat again, he wants to put the hand up for slap me. And the idea of the add with three is exactly the same. You have the display and you transfer the display into his hands. And now it's better covered. The idea is exactly the same, nothing different. And like the others, you can go very slowly, and you can focus on the display if you want. Focus here, put it, and there is. And really, you can feel any spectator is different. Some spectators will wait till you put the balls in the hand. Others will be hurry and will try to take it. Others will try to take fast the balls. Another don't want to close the fist and need your help. You need to read the spectator's body language if he has tense, if not, but the experience will give you this information. So this is how to add on the ball into spectators' hands. Okay, let's see few ways to add on balls on spectator hands. Because, okay, the technique is great, the technique to add balls into spectator hands is great, but the psychological technique could be more effective in later in his mind. So I have two ways to they think that they take the ball. That is very different sensation, because it's not the same if they think that you give them the ball and you put the ball, or you can do something in his hand, than if they feel that they take the ball. So the first of these ideas is with an extra ball. You have an extra ball, and the idea is very simple. Please, Eric, take one of the balls which you like and put it on your hand like that. And not like that. Close in the fist. And this is very powerful, because Of course, then you make this ball disappear, open, and there is a 2. And when this ball disappear and he have the 2, and you say, oh, but you take the ball from table. You have 1, now open. And you are telling all the truth because he take the ball on table and put it on your hand, on his hand. And it's important only to explain this well. And when we do this, it's important that it should be the first time that spectator hands happen. Because if I do first this one, this is the vanish, for example, open, and there is, and I want to repeat, and I say to other spectator that put one ball on his hand, he will do this for sure, because he know what's gonna happen. But if it's the first time that they see a spectator hands, it works perfectly. Put your hand, take one ball and put it on top. And if the instructions are perfect, they will do it. And I don't care. I always say that, put your hand there, you can put one ball which you like on top of your hand, and I start talking with other spectator here or do something, and you're ready because now it's going, oh, but no, not like that, close in that. And this is when Gabi talks, he always said, Gabi Paredes, a master magician, sadly passed away a few years ago. When he talked about this kind of ideas, he always said that the method is like a film. I mean, of course, we add on the ball in his hand. We need to do it. But the job of the magician should be that they don't remember this kind of moments. So when you are seeing a filming, the character take a shower, dress, put hands on, like me probably, and then open the door, goes and appear instantly in his job. I mean, you don't see half an hour of a bus driver film because this is not a French film. But I love French films, in fact. But this happens the same. I mean, we need to, this action that actually happens doesn't exist later in his mind. So this kind of ideas that he have the sensation, the feeling that he take the ball is very important for us, and we can play with these ideas. Another idea in this the same way without an extra ball is exactly the same but without an extra ball. Eric, which ball do you prefer for you? Number 1 or number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay, number 1 is for me, but take it. Yeah. And this is exactly the same. Now mine is gone. You take your ball from table. And now there is. And this is another way to interpret that without an extra ball. That's most of times we're in that situation because maybe we come back from a balls across or a Benson ball and we have 2 balls and nothing on the hands, and we need to do to a spectator hand to load an extra ball and make better second facing a spectator hands. So these situations happens a lot, and know how to handle it. Of course, we can do it with your own personality in a lot of ways, but and this technique I name it take it, okay, because it's what I say it always. So number 1, number 2, if it doesn't matter which ball he chooses, you take the other, and you act like if you give them the instruction, but really he had not the instructions. He only chose 1 ball, but he didn't know what's going to happen. So he don't gonna take the ball. What do you want for you? 1 or 2? He said 1. Okay, I take 2 for me. I take 2 for me. This is not an instruction for him. It's I take 2 for me. And now, to cover this false transfer, you look at them and you say, no, but you take it. And when he starts the action, you help him. You are helping him. I mean, you try to, he felt a little bit, oh, sorry, I need to take the ball. And you help him. So this ad is not to be precise and not to be like a display. You just helping and let they take the balls, because for sure that his feeling should be, oh, sorry, I didn't take it, and he want to fix it as soon as possible. And I'm 100% sure that they remember that they take the ball. and they take the ball from the table. They don't remember because they start the action, and then when I was really close, I help him. Yeah, take it. Just helping a little bit in the way. Don't forget that mistake. Nothing happens. You are very kindly. So they don't remember. 100% sure, or not 100%, but 90% of the people, for say randomly a high percentage, for sure they have the feeling, oh, but I take the ball from the table open and then I have to. No? And that's the feeling that we want in this kind of add-on. But take it. And another important thing to do is don't be afraid. I mean, open your hand. Don't be afraid. I mean, when I do the instruction, I already finish, and I do this force transfer in transit to point the ball. So when I say take it, I am here. It's impossible that he take the ball faster than me. I mean, it's impossible. You can try it very faster, but it's impossible. One for me, but take it. Yeah, really. It's important. I mean, I'm here. I can do it slowly, no forced moves or something, and it's important. You only need to do this and offer, and he will take the two for sure. And this is the take it way, and with an extra ball. This way is to add on, is just to make the feeling that the spectator, he feel that he takes the ball, and he's the most important of everything. Spectator. Now we're gonna see a few tips to play spectator hands when the spectator don't collaborate a lot, when they are tough or difficult situations, or they are drunk, for example, or something. First of all, when the spectator don't want to close his hand. That this don't happen a lot, but sometimes it's possible that happen. That means I have here one finger palm after and I told him, yeah, put your hand palm up, this for me, and he don't want to close. And close in your fist, close in your fist. Now you should do something. I mean, if he don't close his fist, he close, you can take the ball and say it again. But really close tight in your hand with the ball, and then he should do it. And if still with that he don't do it, you can try that. Okay, just turn the hand over on table. And even if it's like that, and then when you finish, I never, because I know that he don't want to close his hand. So when I said, and with your other hand on top of that, yes. And now I'm sure that he's not open. And if he moves a little bit, I say, no, really, stay here. This is just for sometimes. Other way could be, don't do it in his hand. I mean, if he don't close his hand, close your hand. No, you should close your hand like that, like with me. And then you can continue with the routine, put one ball into the pocket, and he comes back, and you then repeat it with another spectator, the same sequence, and you forget this guy that don't want to help you. So the important is just always feel that all is great, we continue, we are here to having fun. If one spectator don't want to collaborate, that we're doing hopping table, for example, or street magic, some people don't expect to see a magician, and maybe he don't want to be there in that moment. So it's perfect if he don't want to help us. So normally it don't happen, because if the routine is well constructed, they will be relaxed in this moment and they just follow your instructions. Other way could be if you have this kind of person that try to disturb you and or something, you can try to do something different, and that is play with his expectation. This is play a challenge with him. For example, if he's drunk and don't want to collaborate with me, we're talking about how to perform for drunk people. This is quite absurd. Magic is not always an art. Sometimes happens in bars. Okay. And the idea is, if he don't want to collaborate, I can play with his expectations. That's something like, okay, I will try to steal the ball from your hand. It's quite difficult for me, but I will try to steal it. And you avoid that. Okay. Okay, I couldn't, but wait there. Okay. He think that I want to steal the ball, and he protect from that, and you don't steal the ball from my hand. Okay, really, I want to add one, and you have, so all is great. And his reaction should be great because he feel like he stole me the ball. And he, haha, I got the ball. What are you gonna do now? No, so that's gonna be great. And then the spectator relax when appear two balls, and you can play with them with other tricks. No? So this is another idea. And when you are playing with children, that children have smaller hands, I normally ask them to grab with two hands the balls. No, that is the technique is almost the same. That is, put your hand and with the other hand too, and you grab with both hands the balls and close like that and really tight. That's for kids. It could be great, and because they sometimes have I don't know 4, 3 years old, and they can grab the balls too, and they only need to take the balls with the both hands, like playing. And if you you show it first. If you even if you have an extra ball, you say no, you will take the hands like this, very strong with the ball. Take it, and yeah, put it and close, very tight, and no one can go there. Okay, that's enough. So this is just a few ways, few tips, few advice how to play with in tough situations with sponge balls. I hope you never need to use anything of this, but if you are in tough situations or with tough people, just enjoy it. Just try to be nice and continue your show and try to catch this tough spectator that you are now for our show. So this is spectator hands tapes. I don't have more balls. Two balls. Only that we need to do is a 10 count. I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We can do this in the opposite way. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Okay, this is not the opposite way. This is backwards or countdown. No, the opposite way shouldn't be take one ball in each hand and they join each other. The opposite way should be put both in the same and they separate. This should be the opposite way. You can do it in the side way. I mean, you can see the ball to the last moment, but even it travel. And we can do it something different. Can you help me, Eric? Put your hand here. Just need to count into 10. One for me, other for you, and count into 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Open, and there is the two balls. But really, if this is a count into 10, we need to count with 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, and 10 balls, because this is a count into 10. Let's see how works the 10 count to 10. All that we need to do for this trick is we need 2 balls for the main trick and 8 balls in the pocket. I want to use 8 balls because the trick I named 10 count to 10. But you can use more balls or whatever you want for the final load. The final load is in the pocket. On top, one ball on top of the other, like that, like a column. On my far away side, on my left side of the right pocket. So I can take and come with all the balls. And let's see how the trick works. All that we need to know for this trick is the false transfer. Okay, let's see the full sequence, just explaining, and then we want to talk a few about the trick. The idea is very simple. You just, when we start with the right hand, but this doesn't matter, and we count one number for each action. So this is like a ritual, so we don't need to blow, to snap or something. This happens because of the ritual. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and it's important that the hand is not like that on top of the ball, that is only the fingers, because when I close the hand, the ball appears. Okay? So 1, 2, 3 with the fingers, 4, 5, 6, and now it's a false Vernon, a false transfer Vernon style. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I talk and I lose the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's it. So it's very important to this ball stay behind the fingers, and now this ball appear, and all the spectator attention is in this ball. For that, that cover the die Vernon false transfer, and we only need one fold here. It's not necessary to do the second one. So one fold, the display just for a second, close, open, and open. So the full sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now I'm gonna repeat the trick by doing the opposite thing. That's what it. And we repeat the same, but going in a countdown. We start in 0 and open the hands. And when we open these hands, we need to try to put the two balls together in the table, because now we are gonna take one ball with each hand, but really the both are on the left. So to do that, we are gonna use a technique from Pedro Brais, a magician from Spain that is totally amazing. And this is a pretend take that you take one ball with each hand and you cover the balls, but the right thumb extend a little bit more and still both balls. So instead of put one ball in each hand and they join together, do it the opposite. Should be to take one in each hand. It shouldn't be take one in each hand and put it together. It should be put the two in the same and it's separated. So we cover and we make the steal. Just with rhythm, just learn with in front of a mirror, just to see that you cover the balls, and then it's easy to steal it. And it's not necessary to match. Just while you are talking, one in each hand, and they join together. Instead of that, we put the two on the same, and it's separate. To put the two on the same, we're gonna do a die Vernon false transfer, but only with that ball, with the bottom ball. So the thumb is on top of this ball. We grab the two on table. The thumb is on top of this ball, and we put both, but still one in the finger palm. And this hand can be relaxing and be on table, because the opposite should be put the two in my left hand and one separate, and they separate. Then we're gonna do one move that I really love, I don't know which is the original, from who is this move, but a lot of magicians do it, and I really love it. That is just playing with the balls, but it fit with the ritual. That you can do it with the balls moving, like you really put the ball in the hand, and then toss the other to the other side, take it, and now just open the hand. You are in a kind of classic palm, and let this ball roll from table. And it's very beautiful how it's impossible to not see that ball. And while this ball is rolling, you should do a diagonal false transfer and take this ball before the ball suicide. So it's important that, because if not, we can lose one ball, and we don't want that. So put it here, take it, false transfer, and take it to travel. The timing is just put it, push, and I drop this ball in the moment that I touch the other. First, and when I touch this, I drop the other. The ball is going there, and I just take it. Tuck, 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 tuck. This is the tuck, tuck explanation. And for end this, we need a spectator hand. Just this, one for me, other for you. Just you push both in the spectator hands, something like that. I always rehearsal in this kind of situation, because normally we don't have hands when we rehearsal. So one for me, one for you, please. All the balls like that. Need to count into 10. And now it's important that when they have the two balls, you make this, and this hand relax, because we are gonna take all of these balls when he opens. So we need that when he opens his hand, this hand stay relaxed behind our body. So he opened this hand, and when he open, we can put the hand in the pocket, and with all the fingers just grab from the bottom to the top, and we take all the balls there. So we take all the balls there while he's open, like that. And we can put the fist on the table. It depends on your hand, but the spectator opens his hand, and then only need to take the balls. And for make this ending, all that you need to do is put the balls together like that. And now spread like a fountain, that you're pushing the balls to the top, and they are appearing one by one to 10, and I can drop the others. So this is the 10 count to 10 sequence that I hope you like it a lot. And as you can see, it's a classic 10 count to 10 with a different, that with a structure we can do the trick more entertaining. I mean, we don't do the 10 count and repeat it 1,000 times. We try to find a structure to make it more interesting till the last moment, which is spectator hands. So at the first, in the sequence, we just do the trick, then we repeat it backwards, and then we start with the variations to make some rhythm. Now it starts with a bit of rhythm. So first two parts can be slowly and focused, that they see the trick and know how it works. And now is when you start to up your rhythm, and you can say, no, but the opposite is not take one in each hand and they join together. The opposite is put the two in the same hand and they separate it. Or you can see how the ball rolls from table, but it join. But the important is counting to 10, and you go to spectator hands. So there, we start, show the trick, then rhythm, and we stop again to show the spectator hands to make a good load and appear. And remember that this trick It's one trick that Dave Vernon shows a lot to teach how to learn misdirection and how to learn false transfer. Because when we are doing this, in this moment, the misdirection that generate the ball that appear is enough to steal this ball. So it's very good for beginners for understand how misdirection works, because the false transfer is full cover for this apparition. Of course, they know the ball is there, but this moment bring all of his attention, more than the steal. So for that, it works perfectly. And for that, you need to avoid it. Of course, you can, it's your life, you can do whatever you like. But a lot of magicians perform 1, 2, 3, 4, and now go here to do the, and this, okay, it's fine, it's great, it's a false transfer, and it will be work for sure. But with the Divernon theory, this false transfer is completely covered for this operation, and this is one of the beautiful parts, I think, of this trick. The original of this trick is unknown. Some magicians in the magic community, they said that the original is from China, and this is, but it's a classic trick, but it's very oldest trick that probably was performed with solid balls or a long time ago, and then with the sponge balls it fit very well, and Dave Vernon popularized a lot, and in Europe Patrick Page popularized a lot this trick. So this is the 10 count to 10. I hope you enjoyed. Shells. Eric, please help me. I will need you here because I have here. No, it's not here. Here is. Yeah, there is. It's an invisible ball. I mean, it's an invisible. It's invisible. You don't believe me. There is. All that you need to do is make it visible. And if you make it visible, it always works. You don't believe that. Put your hand and take this this ball strong in your hand, because I want to use this. You know what this is. It's another invisible. And I can take it and place it in your hand. And there is. But exactly the same. Take the two in your hand. The same. There is. An invisible. Nothing more to do than put it here. Take it, put it on your hand, open, and there is the 3 sponge balls. You can do this a lot of times when play to take it really tight, that I don't put or take anything. I just come here to, no, it's not here, it's in this one, yes. Take, you know what's this?
Invisible.
No, man, this is invisible glue. It's totally different. All I should do is press it. You hear it. So the glue goes into your hand and make the balls join all together. Progressive travel. This is another classic trick with the sponge balls. One of the first that was invented, and a lot of magicians plays in different ways. This is one that I did some years ago, and that I enjoy a lot. With it's just an easy way to do a progressive travel, and I'm sure that you will enjoy it. I always like to do this trick in situations that you have no idea that you will be doing magic in that situation. So just a short trick to do in any time that you want. You only need 3 balls in one pocket and one big ball in the other. It's better if you have one of the 3 balls in another pocket, but it's not essential. You can put it Yeah, and I'm gonna show you how to have the three balls in the same pocket, because as I told you, normally when I perform this trick, I don't think that I'm gonna perform this trick. I only have the balls in the pocket, and normally I always have one big ball and 6 or 5 balls from one color in one pocket, and another 6 or 5 from another color in another pocket. So this is the way that I do it. But the best way for me is the first that I want to explain, and then I will want to explain you one solution to take the three balls in the same pocket. The final load on my left in this pocket, because all the big ball I always put it in this side, and in the side of the pocket. And this first ball on my left pocket just is for search and make the first load, and these two balls in the pocket where we pretend to take the invisibles. That normally I do it in my back pocket, but for the video is here. You can see it better. The idea is very simple. You start searching a ball, and please can you help me? Because I have here, or not here, is there. And what you want to do is palming the left hand. So you come here and say it's here, oh, it's not here, and you do a finger palm with your left. And then you come here and you have it, and when you take it, you do it a finger palm to here, and then you say, oh, there is, and now this finger palm should be very tight. Okay, you don't be afraid and push, 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 and push a lot. You are in the pocket, nobody's seeing, you can push a lot. And you can take, oh, here is. This is an invisible, or you can make the joke that you like. This is an invisible, and you can make a kind of Ramsay salty with coins, but with sponge balls that is not the same, but it's quite similar. And you put it here, and now if you want, you can perform flattenings or something, what you're comfortable. So even you can use the spectator hand to grab his hand with the ball in your finger palm to make some comfortable, and to put to grab his hand and put the invisible ball in his hand and then produce it from there. For this production, only that we need to do is to take the invisible ball and open the finger palm. If you want to do it more softly, you can don't open the fingers, just release the pressure, make the ball open along, and when the table with friction appear, you can curve your fingers again and end in the same position. Okay, the balls, they're here, the spectator can take it, and you add the ball with two leg one display to a spectator hand. So take the ball really tight in your hand, because you don't expect that what I have here, and you repeat exactly the same. You come out with the third ball. This is an sponge ball, invisible sponge ball. Finger palm, and exactly the same. You take it with this hand, take it here, put it in his hand, open, he open, and there will be a two. Now, normally I go to other spectator. Okay, I don't use the same spectator twice or 3 times. I move to other spectator if I have it. So for the same or for another spectator, we always do the same. Finger palm, just catch the 2 balls, show it, and put it in his hand, even if it's in this side or if you move to other side. So if I move to another side, normally I wait a little in the display, okay, because I take it and I move slowly from one hand to the other. It's one way to perform it, but it's not the only way. Your own personality, you will find your way to put this 3 like 2 in his hand. And now the same. You can find here, oh, it's not there, oh, of course, all the invisible balls are here, and you come out with nothing in the hand, but like the previous times, like the same gesture. You put it here, and because if someone suspects that when you come here, you comes out with one sponge ball. That this already happened like 2 times before. But if you will perform it, they shouldn't suspect. The first time for sure they don't, and the second, I think just a few percent of persons will do it, and the display should be enough to. But this third one, and if you overreact, over exaggerate, you can fit the ball, put it here, and put it there, and then talk with this, and just accidentally open this hand, and if someone suspect that you have one ball here, it will be grateful. Oh, there's not. So how you can do it? The same. Take the invisible, put it in his hand. Just I always that do this kind of loads. I do one step back, because I want the spectator feel everything, and that they feel that I'm not here manipulation and on top of the balls. No, when the balls appear, and freedom, they drop from table or whatever. I mean, it's a big moment, and you always try to keep that the ball and don't go. I mean, the spectator don't drop the ball to the floor. Of course, no. You put the ball on table, open, they appear, and they stay here. No? But in this case, they open his hand. You give one step back and make the back load of the big ball that you have in your left. Of course, you can end the trick here if you want. Okay, it's a classic, and you can end the trick here. And now for the ending, you can do a lot of things, a lot of things. One of the most common is to add a lot of small balls, like in a rabbit. But I like this idea, because I like the idea to take another invisible object that is different than the other. It's really quite absurd, and I like a lot of that ideas. I have the ball, press all that I can, and now I should move to one spectator on the other side. And all that I do is a Vernon false transfer into the hand that I have, the big ball. So I take one ball, another ball on top, another ball on top, and I make a Vernon false transfer of the three ball. And then, from this Vernon false transfer, I try to do some kind of finger palm and some flattening while they close really tight, and then you just show a little bit, close really tight, that I don't take anything or nothing like that. And of course, maybe they can think that here you add something or what, but they didn't expect that you steal the balls here, because this flattening and the Vernon false transfer should be do his job. So 1, 2, 3 balls here. Please grab it strong there, and I have here, and when you go into the pocket, you drop there the 3 balls, and you can restart the trick in another table, for example. Take, you know what is this? No, this is not invisible. This is the invisible glue. So you can drop. I like to make the sound because I'm stupid. And there is, he tight and then open, and he can find how it's one ball now, so all the balls join together. There's only one ending. Always you choose the ending that you like better. This that I propose is really easy. Just 3 balls and 1 in the pocket, and you can do it. And one last thing, how to do it when I have the 3 balls in the same pocket, like now. The idea is very simple. At the beginning, instead of search the extra ball in the left pocket, I have it in the same. So I need to bring out with 2 balls. So I take 1 in finger palm, another in a kind of display. So 1, and what I do in the pocket is 1 go into finger palm, the other go into a display with 1 fold. And if I can push more. So I can come here and I take the assist. This is invisible. You can see it. All that I need to do is make it visible. And this is like in a drop from a display. I mean, we are here, and if we open only a little bit with the table, we can make the friction, and the thumb is here to make sure that the finger palm of the second ball don't expand. Then you can open it, and here, and you are in the same position, in different hand, but in the same position. You can open it, you can expand the ball, and then a little bit of display, drop, and the spectator can touch the ball. Flattening or whatever you can make to stay comfortable. The important is that these hands now don't hit or something. I mean, it's better stay here than try to go behind the spectators or behind the back. Just we are here. We have the finger palm. We need to be comfortable with the ball in our hand, and then the add and we continue the trick like that. Oh, this is the second one. Da, da, da. He open. Oh, this is the third one. Oh, it's difficult, but da, 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 da. He open. We load. 1, 2, 3. Here, you please, no, or you do it. Yes. I do a flattening now on my leg, but it's whatever you like. Yeah. It's all the same. Then I take the essence of the third. Oh, this is glue. Open, and there is. This is the progressive treble. Progressive treble, progressive. For this trick, I'm gonna use 1, 2, here is, yes, and 3 little spongy balls that, of course, you can check, you can touch. Come here, Eric, you can check, you can touch, there are sponge balls. And the idea is very, very simple. I will put the sponge balls on my left hand, and one by one, they come to my right. The first one did, the second one, that did it too. The third ball, like the others, I don't want to do it by myself. I want you to feel the experience. Take the 2 balls, and like the others, just 1 second to wait till the ball rolls. Vanish, open, and there is the 3 sponge balls. You want that I explain you how it works?
Yes, please.
When you have 2 balls and the other disappear, you can put it in the pocket anywhere, whatever. The balls always miss each other, and they're like brothers. I mean, if you have 2 and the third one goes into the pocket, I don't know why, they miss each other or something, and I always have 3. It's impossible to separate this sponge balls. I mean, 2 on my left, 1 in the pocket, and I always have 3. I can do it, of course, 1,000 times. You can see in the pocket the ball to the last moment. Here is nothing on my hand, and I always have 3,000 times. 2. This one goes into the pocket. It's too long, maybe.
Yeah.
If I repeat it 1,000 times, it could be boring. So it's better. Yeah, that's all. So that's simple. More simple is impossible. Let's explain the Julian simplicity. Okay, the idea of this trick, when I start to teach magic to a lot of magicians in workshops and everything, is that, okay, I want one trick that have 1 balls across with 3 balls that they really travel from one side to the other, and a good always 3. That's all that I want for that trick, and do it with only basics techniques. So it's very easy trick to start in magic with sponge balls, because it's very easy, and the construction makes the trick easy to do it. With a good construction, it's easy to handle with the techniques. First of all, I will show you the sequence, and then a few tips about how to do it. And the idea is for an always trick, we need 3 balls, an extra ball, and an extra ball. So 2 extra balls and the 3 main balls for the trick. So with this set of 3, 3 and 2 extras, we can do a lot of tricks. And first, we're gonna do the balls across, who ends with spectator hands, and then we're gonna do the always 3. For this trick, you can make the ball appear, but at the beginning, I recommend to take out the balls because it's much easier and it have less pressure and in your hands. And the idea of that trick and of this construction is just that you feel that you haven't extra balls in your hands. You are playing with your extra balls, but it should be that natural that you haven't extra balls, and the spectator can see everything in every time. So for that we are gonna use is a concept that like Di Vernon did in the ambitious card, which is every phase brings you new information. If this phase don't bring you new information, we don't use it. So in a multi-phase trick, of course, we can do the perfect trick. We only do the phase by phase, we can show everything. Later we will talk more about that. Now go about for the sequence. 3 balls and 2 extras, all the 5 on my right pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls on top, one of each other, in the right side of the pocket. How to take out the balls loading an extra one. The first ball, I take it just with 2 fingers, I put it on the table, and the people can touch the ball or whatever. When I take the second ball, I steal one into the finger palm, and then I take the second. This technique just really doesn't matter. I mean, you are going to the pocket, steal one on the finger palm, and they then come with another ball. I mean, the first time you came with the empty hand, so this makes sense that now you have nothing in your hand. So you come here, extra ball in finger palm, and this. And for the last time, I want to be very much clear. So sometimes I push a little bit to be more comfortable with the finger palm, and then I just with 2 fingers, and I show to everybody that I only was taking only ball. And is one more in the pocket for the always 3. Now, when I show the balls to spectators, I always have all the tools. I mean, I can do a flattening, I can do a display. If one spectator bring me one ball, I can perform a shell pass. You can do whatever you want. Okay. So the important is when you start the trick, you are comfortable with this hidden ball. And the trick starts with 3 balls on the table and 1 in finger palm. The idea is very simple. We are going to do balls across. One by one, the balls will travel from left to the right hand, like a winged silver with coins that David Roth did. But in this case, I will use a structure from Gaby's and Pedro Bry's variations. His structure was made for coins trick, but I adapted into a sponge ball handling. Later I will talk to you about that. The main trick is like that. First you put it on the left hand, then a false Di Vernon false transfer on top of the finger palm. There is. And the third one go there too. The important for this finger palm is that you only take the ball and put it on top and make the Di Vernon finger palm. I mean, nothing special. Only feel that it's only one ball, and the feel should be the same that with one ball. First, steal the second and put the third. Just open a little bit, and with the table, the first ball come, and you can make a display while you show these balls. The second ball is already done because you have an extra ball. You only need to switch the displays. Open this display and go in a display in this hand. So to perform this display, you can choose whichever ball you want. Should be this way or should be in that way. It depends on you. I normally do with this ball. but probably it's easier with that, but I always do with this one. So when I close the fist, my thumb's already here, I just press and make a kind of a one-fold finger palm and close. When I do this, I just close my fist to open it later in this direction. If you do it with the bottom ball, you can do it too, just pushing here and moving this one. I feel that this is more moves than this. For that, I always do in this way. So the finger is already here, so I just need to pressure and then go here to come back into his place. So the first one travel, there is. The second one travel two leg one, and just open here. And there is 1, 2, and now I perform a drop like that. Spectate your hand, please. Put your hand palm up while you do this, while you do a shuttle pass. Shuttle pass in transit to take these 2 balls into a spectator hand. Now we take, you can do if you want a pretend take to make this ball vanish, but I really prefer just to take the ball to put emphasis in what's going to happen and now point in that direction to cover better the false transfer. So what I do when I have here is it will join with the others in that direction, just divert on false transfer, flattening if you're comfortable with, open his hand and you can touch his shoulder or his arm or whatever to make the flattening happen. He will open the balls, and now you proceed with the explanation. That is, of course, a fake explanation. They are not brothers. The idea is that make an always 3 with the same idea. Every phase brings you new information. What means that is that first of all, we're going to show the trick. So we add 1, 2 balls on our left. Okay, we add 1 in the other 2 balls into our left display. Third, we can vanish or we can put it on the pocket because it doesn't care. When I go into the pocket, and this is very important, I do a very tight finger palm. This is probably the hardest technique in this trick, this finger palm, because this finger palm in a few seconds will be in this hand. So I need to, this finger palm will be really strong here. So I do this finger palm when I come into the pocket. I put the ball into the pocket, do a finger palm, and I grab another. I do a finger palm, I grab another ball on top of that. So I start to open the hand, I come back with the 2 balls, one on a display and the other in the really tight finger palm, and that's important. Now I add 4 like 2 to my left hand. So it's the same like 3 like 2. And we don't need to open and show a little bit. In fact, we can choose the ball, take the balls, put it there, and that's enough. But it's very important that this finger palm never open. I mean, you be sure that you're in this situation with you 2 extra balls here, and you add, but never open this finger palm, and you transfer very well the finger palm into the other hand, pushing harder. Third ball goes into the pocket, and now hand comes, and you can open your hand because the extra ball, you have it here now. Hand is open, and you can show 1, and you will play the drop. 1, 2, and you are in 2 leg 1, so you play the drop, and you have your finger palm here. So this finger palm that we did when we comes into the pocket, we have it now here. And there is 1, 2, 3 balls, and nobody will never try to find 1 ball here. I mean, this is an always trick. The trick means that nobody will try to search one ball here. So it's It's very natural to drop the balls like here, and it's easier if the table do the job for you to take this ball over, because if not, it could be difficult and maybe handle one ball. But you imagine that you don't need to take one ball in your hand, you just need to make the other appear. Okay, so that's easier to understanding. An easier way to do the trick now is grab the two balls with your left, but I prefer do a shuttle pass. So, shuttle pass, one fold, add on just for show a little bit, empty hand, put two there, this into the pocket. I put a lot of emphasis now, this into the pocket, nothing, and I always have three. And this is a picture that always have three at once. This into the pocket, and what I do is a false transfer, diagonal false transfer into my right hand. I know the false transfer only go in that direction. Okay, not here. You need to learn the techniques in both directions sometimes, and you don't be worried about this, because this false transfer is very well covered by construction. I mean, they know that this ball goes into the pocket. They have seen how this ball goes into the pocket 4 times in a row, so they don't need to know it now. They know it. They don't need to see it. So just to relax and do a false transfer. I always interpret this like this hand want to put the ball into the pocket, but the hand is stupid and understand in the middle of the way that it's impossible. So the other hand comes to help and put it there. It's not necessary to show the ball to do anything. Just perform a diagonal false transfer into your right hand, grab the other two, and then when I come here, this is a kind of tamarind style teeth. That when I come here, but really the ball, I put it here, nothing on my hand, and I always have three. That is very powerful situation we have now. And only that we need to do is to end the trick, to make the ball vanish. And for that, the stiff duck crease false transfer in two steps is the technique. So we put one, we put another in transit to go to put the last one into the pocket and go with nothing. And now you should wait, you should think, no, maybe if I repeat 1,000 times it's boring, so the balls disappear. So this is the trick, and this is the Julian simplicity that I try to this trick will be so simple that he is. I want to show you one more time the sequence just slowly and just telling you what is seeing the spectator, where I put the emphasis in every time. Okay, I mean, I take the first ball, I take the second ball, and I take the third ball, and they know that I take it only with 2 fingers. They can check, they can touch the ball, displays or whatever, and this false transfer should be just happen. I mean, it's in the middle of a sequence. The first is real, the third is real, so this should look real. So with the same timing, 1, 2, and the other, nothing special, and the first one appear. And I focus in this appear, and I focus all the tension that I have 2 balls here, because now I can show my left hand. Because this is the clever of the Pedro Bryce construction with coins. Then I make a display, and the second ball travel. And I focus now in this, in the right hand, because before I did on that, and now I do it on the right. Shuttle pass is into spectator hands, and I put emphasis on that. That's gonna happen just, and there is 1, 2, and the 3 sponge balls. And for the always 3, exactly the same. Now I show my empty hand. I show how this ball goes into the pocket, take another the other ball, the second extra ball, and there is the 3. And I show this hand for the last time because later I will count. So I put 4 like 2, the third one goes into the pocket, nothing, and I always have 3 balls. And now I show this hand because I can. So I show all that I can in the moment that I can. In any time I will show one hand, in another time I will show another. This is time to show how this ball goes into the pocket for the last time. And now I have a great picture that always need in any time. That is 3 balls on table and nothing on hands. Just full transfer, focus on this stupid salty that I loved. I put it, and there I have 3 again, and then the extraordinary technique from Steve Dacris, that is the 2 steps false transfer. So this is how it works. I only want to comment one more thing because I like all the theory that is behind the tricks, and the original trick with 3 coins and 1 extra. Gabi performs this trick a few years ago with 1 glass cup, and they make a beautiful shell pass with the coins. And Pedro Bryce adapted that routine with 1 concept that I really loved. That is, we have a very powerful weapon that is an extra ball, but we don't use this weapon in the first phase. So, because in the first phase, we don't need always the best method. I mean, the first phase, we only need to show how the tricks works. And the second phase, make a better method with better structure and better cover is better, because they know what's going to happen, and now they're paying more attention. So an extra ball is stronger and better method for a trouble than a false transfer that is too direct, and you just steal it and it's here. So it's a very direct method. So knowing this, we can play with this reservation of power. That means have an extra ball and don't use it in the first phase. So when you do the stealing, you are doing this trick with a false transfer, and they didn't knew what's going to happen, but they don't now. They don't know, and you are 1 step ahead, and you just can make this happen. And now the way to resolve the last one with the spongeables, the easiest way probably is the spectator hands. You can find your own if you want, and I really want to see how you do that, because probably will be more funny. I hope you enjoyed the Julian simplicity. That's gonna do the hanky panky production. Here I have this hat and this beautiful red handkerchief that I'm gonna play with this handkerchief, as someone can check it, and with the hat too, that someone can check it too, but it's a hat, I mean, what you want to check. Okay, the idea is very simple. With this handkerchief and with my hand behind, and I only need to wait. Yes, I feel it. Yeah, and there is the first one. I mean, the first, because there are more, because we can do this 1,000 times. Yes, there is another 1,000 times, really 1,000 times. Okay, maybe 1,000 times could be a lot of times. It's not necessary to do it 1,000 times. In fact, with 8 or 10 balls should be enough to. Oh. Okay, the hat is nice. Let's go to explain this hanky-panky production. This trick is from another time, like a lot of tricks that we perform with spongeables. It's from the Encyclopedia of Spongeable Magic from Frank Garcia. And the production from the Encyclopedia of Spongeable Magic, it was this one, and you put it and you come back with the ball palming, and you come back again with the ball palming, and when you want, you end the trick. So this is a production. My first impulse to do this is, okay, I can have 10 balls in each hand, and I can show it like that, and da 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 da. Here is one, here is another, here is another, and of course you can do this. You can do this, but it's difficult to show the empty hands and everything. So I built this sequence that I like it. I mean, it's just a short sequence to play with a handkerchief, and you can use a hat or whatever you want. I mean, in a bag, or you can adapt this into your style. But I like this kind of classic tricks for children magicians, for children situations or something. And the idea is 2 balls inside the hat. The third ball is behind. If you can't do this because you use another thing, or you don't use that, just put it in the hat too, okay? And you have the 3 balls inside. But at the beginning, how I did it in the video, with the 2 balls and the handkerchief, and I try to the balls and the handkerchief don't disturb each other, okay, like that. And now I know that I can easily take first ball in finger palm, second ball in display, and then bring it out with 2 fingers and like a kind of Francis Haltis, bring it out this. And of course, I'm pushing here the ball to be sure that I have no angles and that I can show the hat if I want. So I take the handkerchief, I open and I put it on the table, or I show it to someone. I can always do, as you know, flattening or something. And when I show the hat empty, I steal this ball from the finger palm. It's not a finger palm, in fact, just steal it and have it compress, if you can, in your hand like that. And if you have time, you make the second fold. If the ball is in the hat, instead of that, you can take the hat in this way to the ball jumps in that direction, goes into the finger palm, and show the hat completely empty, and put it there. That the only important is that the hat is empty. So this could be both ways to do it. And the trick starts when you have 1 on your left and 2 on your right. Of course, you can take the handkerchief in your suitcase or something with the sponge balls like that, and you come here, and take. Oh, there's the. But I prefer the way that I show you. So here and here, I came finger palm, display. And this is, please check it, and this is the empty hat, finger palm. This is the empty hand that is here. Okay, I'm now ready to do this trick. Now I take the handkerchief in the middle of a side, and I push harder now here to make a Ramsey saddlety, because I just want to put in this direction the fist behind, and now what I'm doing is just opening the hand to can take the ball here, and the ball is there. And all I need to do now is, you can choose the technique that you like. I use a finger palm, but you can use a thumb palm. Both are great. The classic way should be a thumb palm in this kind of tricks. But it's just drop the ball there. I mean, don't care, just drop the ball. I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen, so that really doesn't matter a lot. You just drop the ball there, and what I'm doing is finger palm situation. You bring another ball, And this really you drops into the hat. For that you have 2 here. And you continue the sequence, left hand always fake drop. And now right hand will go into the hat and will finger palm this ball and steal the other from inside. While disappear, and you can continue whatever you want. I like to finish here because I like to feel the sensation that I don't put the hand more in the hat. So last time, and I feel, maybe with a few balls should be enough. For the next trick, you can put here whatever you want. And that I do here is try to fold the ball into the silk, into the handkerchief. So just one with finger palm, or here if you want to make a last production, and here you can. But at the end, just all the balls folded in the handkerchief, and you can do it this in the way that you feel good. So just fold one, put the others there, and you have your suitcase or whatever. And only that you need to do now is to show this is empty. So just come here to use the balls because you think the balls are there, and then the balls are not. You can interpret whatever you want. I mean, if you can take a magic wand to make the balls disappear, or you can, I don't know, you can use it in a lot of situations or in a bigger routine, and you are playing with balls and you fake pretend that you take something. I don't know. You can play it in a lot of situations, but the main idea is, it's nothing, so you can put, I never use this kind of hats, but for this trick, only that I need is one ball and 1, 2, and 3 spongy balls. Of course, as a magic wand, I need this knife, and the idea is very simple. 1, 2, and the 3 balls on table, and the ball should be upside down. Why? Because now I can move the magic wand or the magic knife today in this direction to make this ball gone. Yes, and there is the first ball. The second, like the others, nothing on my sleeves, nothing, just one tap, that is enough to make that happen. The third ball, like the others, but in this time, I only want to close my fist, nothing to do there, just move the knife a little bit, and that should be enough to make all the balls join together. Please, Eric, can you help me? Because I want to repeat something similar, but with your hand. And the idea is very simple. I take one, you take another, take it. And like me, in this position. And first, I will do it with mine. There is. Again, now, with mine, and there, wait, they are not here. Open your hand. There are. The important is that they join. I mean, they take the two, because if I can't make the balls travel from there, I can make the opposite way. I mean, I put it here, and I put the essence there, and there is. Open your hand, and there is 1, 2, and 3 sponge balls there. Of course, I can do it in that way. What is totally impossible to do if I tap with the bottom of the knife, because if I do this, will appear a deck of cards. With this nice, because now we can perform really magic tricks. Let's talk about Roy Benson's ball. This is my adaptations of Roy Benson Bowl, and with this routine, with a few more operation sequence and something that happened later, I played my first magic contest in Portugal, in Balongo, in 2012, and I have the lucky to win, and the Benson Bowl was one of the routines the parts of the routine that most liked it to that magicians. The original Benson Bowls, you can find it in Roy Benson by Starlight. It's huge book. I really love that book, and I pretty recommend you that. And one idea that is from the original that I don't use in this routine, but I think is good that you to know it. It's a classic way to load a bowl, because the original is only with 2 balls, and you have an extra ball in your neck, okay, behind the jacket. And the first time that one ball disappears, you can find it. Oh, it's not disappear, just travel here. And make this, you see why I don't do never this kind of techniques? Because with my hair it's not possible. But, and the first travel here, or can travel to any pocket or something. I mean, the way to get the extra ball is doing a travel into a pocket or into a neck or something. That is a really classic and very clever way to get an extra ball. In this case, we need 4 balls, 1 ball, 1 magic wand or a knife. I use a knife because when I did this routine, I have several jokes with a knife and how to use it and that. And the deck of cards, because when I did this routine, at the end appear a single card appear in a completely closed deck. But now we are here only for the spongeable trick, and this deck I put it on the back pocket from my left, just to take it and make this classic load from here to there. And the 3 spongeables are 3 on my pocket and 1 on my jacket with a knife. Okay, this is a easy way to set up everything. Of course, you can, if you have your suitcase, maybe you can have everything in your suitcase like that, and it should be great. When you take the knife, you take the extra ball too. But here we are, with 1 ball in my pocket, 3 on my backside pocket, and 1 ball on table. The sequence is with 3 balls, so I need, well, I just put the 3 balls on the ball. I like it because I need the empty balls, and I want to do a shuttle pass. So if I put the balls now on table, later the balls are on table and I don't need to move it to anywhere, so the shuttle pass makes no sense. But now I can do a shuttle pass when I remove the balls from the bowl. So the balls are in the bowl, and now finger palm, the extra ball that when I make the operation have 1 hair, and this is the knife. And I have the finger palm here, and as I told you, I want to do a shuttle pass. Okay? So for that, the balls are in the bowl. I can do now a shuttle pass of 1, 2, and the 3 balls. The ball. This is simple technique that is still beautiful. That is, you put the ball upside down like that. You just put the finger palm, and you can see how the ball is pressed between your hand on the ball, and just put it there. It's the only risky point if you do this and you let first the ball and then open. That's from the back side. That from this side could be an angle. But if you take care for that and you make this kind of soft move, that the hand go out slowly, it's 0 angles, and it's great. 3 disapparitions, 3 vanishes. For this trick, as I told you, I did it on my beginnings, the first time that I do a magic contest, and my intention was to do 3 different false transfer to make three different sensations. So the first one just happened, the second one with a retention, and the third one with a still that you can see it. So this is the sequence that is more like a choreography. The sequence never stops. So all happens like a choreography. And the ideas of the first one, just a regular day Vernon force transfer into left hand, finger palm in transit, second fold in transit to take the knife, move the knife around, it's gone, kind of Ramsey subtleties to make, and the thumb is cover any possible angle to the vision here, and the first one comes. And now the knife goes behind, and I move the ball into this side, because for the load now, all I need to do to put this finger palm there is come back the ball to his place. And the knife is in the perfect spot to play this this clipped vanish. So I put it, in fact, really there, nothing on my sleeves, and then clipped vanish from here to there, of course, into finger palm. To there, and now the knife could be here or could be here. Normally I put it on table, but you can take an advantage and put it here for the last time. I prefer to be some clarity now, and I put it on the table, change the ball to move the balls. So the idea is that I can do this, but I want to move the balls to show them better in the front of the table. And now I take the knife here because I don't want to do anything. Just the ball in the hand, and with the delicate steel extraction, and there it goes. As you know, you can see in the force transfer techniques, that is here, so go from there, and this palm in the finger palm, and the Spanish. And now, with the finger palm on top, I just take it open, and there are the three sponge balls. To continue this, I need one spectator hand to do a kind of what Roy Benson's did in his routine that I like a lot. And it's how it starts the travel into spectator hands. So the main idea is load one ball into the ball, one for me, and you can perform the take it to a spectator. So force transfer and take it, and spectator, and you help him. Okay, first with mine, just disappear, travel, and okay, there is. Now you will repeat it, ping, 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 and oh, didn't work. How is possible? Open your hand. Oh, there is. Sometimes travel in the opposite direction, but take the balls, and you add one ball to his hand, and you did exactly a false Vernon transfer to put the ball in the bowl. And for the last one then, you did it, you put it here, and then you just tap in that direction, you switch the ball into your right hand, and when he opened, this hand relax, he open and load the deck of cards. Listen, you don't need to palm it a lot, just load it, and it's the ball who should come here. So open your hand, well, you are in this position, so the Spanish, open your hand, and there is 1, 2, and 3 sponge balls. This whole where you are. To finish this trick, you have 1, 2, 3 sponge balls, and instead of tap in that way, you do it in this, and you have the deck of cards that you can play a lot of card tricks now. And the extra ball, and this for me the most interesting part, you just handle it. I mean, you end with the extra ball. Spectator have two, like 3 like 2, and you have 1. It's here, there. Open your hand, and the hand feel empty because you are handling objects, you have everything in your hand. So they open his hand, and there is, as you know, always this come to cover, and then hand open in that direction. Try to never do this on first that because everybody will see it. So you always step back and charge here and go there. It's only 1 second, and this is a big deal, so this is gonna take all of the attention. And just appear the deck of cards and play with more deck tricks cards or something, or make the flying and drop balls and flying again. Ooh. Migratory balls. This is just a can. This is a magic wand that we will use now, and the most important part is inside. It looks nothing, but really they are. I mean, you only need to take it. If you know how to do it, you can do it. I mean, there are. You only need to take it. Right there. 2 balls is all that I need, and 1 can. I know that all of you like that how appear balls from the can, but really for the trick we only need 2. But if you insist, I can play it with the 3 balls. But in fact, you can check that this is a real can, nothing to do it here. This is a real magic wand, and there are 3 balls. So with this can totally empty on the table, yes, nothing to do with the can and the magic wand. And now only my left hand takes 1, 2, and the 3 spongy balls. All that I should do is 1 tap in this direction from that direction, and that's enough to make 1 ball, yes, disappear completely to came into the magic can. The best of all is that I can repeat this. I mean, tap, tap, go, and comes. 2 balls, very easy. You can see the balls to the last moment, like the others. And there are in the magic. And let's talk about migratory balls. I really love this trick. I like it a lot, and it's a kind of Roy Bonson's routine, but with a can that have 2 holes, and you can take any can to do this. Just need that the balls fit in there right, and yeah, a lot here, really a lot of ideas with this can, but this is only the basic routine of migratory balls. It's an adaptation from the routine that you can find in the first time was published was in the Frank Garcia's book in the Encyclopedia of Spongeball Magic. You can find this trick too. This is an adaptation, and I like how the balls appear from the can, and I like how travels happen. So it's a kind of different feeling than a Benson balls. And this routine itself is an adaptation from Mesladini's balls into the hat. So to do this routine, we need 4 balls, 1 can, that it's which can you have as well, and the 1 magic wand. Okay. So the idea is to have 1 ball in your left finger palm, 2 in your right, and 1 ball in your back pocket. And you can take these objects when you go into a can and the wand. Okay, you take the can and the magic wand, and you can do something like that. You can take the can, you go into your suitcase and take the magic wand too, and you have everything that you need for the trick. So you can show the can is empty. I like this this finger palm between the can, because really it fits perfectly in your hand. So every can, of course, is different, and this is one from Spain, from chocolate, from milk or something. But any can is fine. And at the start, just with the can, I like these kind of things because it's look like if you have both hands empty, and really you have, of course, two balls on your left finger palm, and display like two like one, and this is another finger palm, and this is compressed, and you can show like a pirate or something, and that's beautiful. Then you can play with the magic wand, nothing inside, but, and if you see, when I tried this risky salt is like, I always press first. So I drop the magic wand, and I press when I try to open this finger. So I always curve a little bit the hand because it could be a little angle for the side. So I cover it, I come here, and here all that I need to do is to produce one ball, like a two leg one, drop, and hold the other in the finger palm. You can produce the ball whatever you want. I mean, you can produce it here for here, whatever you want. I produce it here, display, and I repeat it again. And there is the second ball. And when I produce the second ball, I show empty the hand, I put the can on the table, and I perform a shuttle pass. I do one shuttle pass, both balls were now there, and I can repeat this. I mean, balls there, I only take the can, two fingers, and appear the last ball. Now I like to give the can to check, because it was a can, some strange objects, sponge balls too. So check the can, and when I do it, I load one ball from my pocket. I think you should practice this kind of loads that happen in just relaxing times, or when you're giving objects that is here. Okay, this for you. This is the magic one, and you have your finger palm in the pocket. Then, and I like a lot the initial situation of this trick. I mean, empty can here, there's nothing to do with, and you just put the magic wand here, like it's a comfortable place. Here is, just don't think about it. And now we're gonna play. We have an extra ball. Don't forget. We're gonna play a display of 3 like 2. So just finger palm, and then display 3 like 2, and we are in the position for a vanish. Okay, this could look bad vanish, but it really works very well if you perform in the right direction. I explain you now. Finger palm and 3 like 2. Only that I need to do is to take the magic wand, and when I take the magic wand, I show you, I drop the ball into the can. So for me, this load and this vanish fit together very good. Make this vanish, and that's it. And if you want to have less pressure, you can open at the same time, but I prefer to load first the extra ball on my right hand. So first, I show the vanish into one spectator, and then I open it to everybody. And then my right hand comes here to clean these hands. So all that I do is to finger palm this ball and take the others, like that. Another way to do this is still the ball who is already in the finger palm. You can do it whatever you like. Most of the times I do it in this way, just move this ball on top, and still with the thumb the other to your finger palm. But this way is a little bit easier and it works too. That is that you take the first ball into a finger palm and you take the another to put it on the table. There are two, and then with a lot of clarity, tap. Yes, there is. You can do this now in a different ways. My favorite one is this. You transfer, show it, transfer, and put it again, adding on the other ball. Other way to perform this could be vanish, tiki tiki, and there is. You don't believe me, but there are the ball and of course nothing more inside. This could be another way to do it. You can choose whatever you like. Now for the second vanish. The second vanish, the same that we did in the 10 count to 10. We put the 2 on the left hand and we steal 1. To do this, we grab 2 balls. First one goes into the finger palm, the other goes really in the hand. So this ball that show a little bit out of the fist help us a lot to make a great sensation that this vanish. So both balls there is, and that is. And now I like a lot to do this. 2 balls that they really are in the can. I like a lot this way to add on because you don't need the advantage of half a can, as they have 2 holes. So you don't need to do again this move or this move. In the original version is always take, add, on, and the 3 are like that. But I prefer to just, there is 2 that you can see really 2 balls from the last time. All that we do is we have 1 in finger palm, show, put, and then. If not, always, there are 2, nothing, and put it. Both ways. I really don't think while I'm performing. Sometimes I do it in one way, sometimes I do it in another, because I like to refresh, and I think both works. So it's great. And for the final vanish, just force transfer, tap, tap, and there are. You can go yourself, you can just open, and you can make that one spectator open, and you go to your home. So this is migratory balls, just an adaptation, and I hope you like it. And cut your own can and do it in a lot of places. Migratory balls. To do this trick, only that I need is this object, this purse frame. Here it is. Of course, I know having the bag, but all you need to do is to open it, try to search something. Of course, you never find anything, but sometimes you can take a little sponge ball from there. I will play only with the sponge ball, and the idea is very, very, very simple. You know what? I want to show you a ritual, and with 1 ball only is not possible. I need, yes, 2 balls, and with 2 balls we can do this ritual. And only that we need to do is follow the steps one by one, and the magic happens alone. I mean, 1 ball with 1 hand, other ball with the other hand. If I put 1 ball in 1 hand and the other ball in the other, the balls join together. It's only like that. 1 ball, 1 hand, 2 balls, 2 hands. If I put 1 ball in 1 hand and the other in the other, it always joins together. I can repeat that again, but quite different, because this should be the ball number 1, and this should be the ball number 2. So if I put the ball number 1 in left and ball number 2 in right, I do this, and now here is the ball number 1 and the ball number 2, and they change his places. You don't like this joke or something? Yeah, I know, I know, I know. It looks silly, but really, I mean, if I put one ball here, those separate, I always have both. Because it's impossible to separate the balls. This is the reality. I mean, if I put this here, I always have two. And I can repeat this 1,000 times. I put this here, always have two. And I know what you are thinking. You are thinking that I use a third extra ball. And yes, I have this third extra ball. But if I put it in the pocket, they join and can travel with the others. With three balls, it's difficult to do the trick, but you can put one in other place that the others. And you know what? With three balls, same like one, it's impossible to do this. Okay, there is one routine that Gabi likes a lot. He passed away a few years ago, and we talk a lot about this trick and how to do it and that. And this is my adaptation for that Gabi's routine. And I showed you this routine with all the techniques that we are talking about, with all finger palms and displays and that. And there's a few things to. For Gabi, this was a very interesting routine to start in Magic with spongy balls, because it can teach you a lot of things about how internal life of Magic happens. All that we need to do this sequence is one purse frame that I have on my left pocket with one ball, another ball in the pocket that I put the purse frame, that it could be the same pocket, but I prefer to use the jeans one, and two balls together in the back pocket, one to load and the other for the always chew. And the idea is very simple. Just take a purse frame, you finger palm the ball, and then take a purse frame and do the technique to make it appear. You just open it, nothing, and bring out the ball. It's important that you are not saying that, you look, it's nothing on the hands. No, you just try to explain how absurd this is. I mean, this have no wax, so I can't take anything from inside. Instead, that it sometimes happens. And then you just close it and put it in your pocket. And when I put it in the pocket, I take the ball in finger palm. So everybody can touch the ball if I can, but normally Gabi never give the ball to spectators. He always he just stay here with the ball. And the idea is I need two balls for this ritual, so just the split in two. The split in two in the way that you like. You can do it softly, or you can do it like I like, no, very hard on it. But you can do another kind of split, something like that, or whatever. I mean, just take it, cut it, and now you're in position to play this trick. And really, the trick is a 10 count. It's a 10 count, but it was not necessary to count into 10. And the idea that the Gabi like more for this is that you don't need to blow, snap your fingers, or do something to this happen. You just follow the ritual, and the magic appear. So the ritual is one ball, one hand, two balls, two hands, one ball in one hand, the other in the other. The same as 10 count, you just do the same moves, false transfer, burn-on style, to show a little bit, and the first trouble. The second, exactly the same, two balls, two hands, and there is how happens. And now we need one load. We need to load one ball. So for that, Gabi loved this joke. because it's one way to break the rhythm, to relax the people, take a load, and then come back. So this starting sequence just is for the people know that you have two balls and two hands and anything else. But instead of say it, you just play with the balls a bit. And now you make a joke that you say, okay, one ball in one side. I do a false transfer now. One ball in one side, the other in the other side, and now the balls change his places. And this is ball number 2, and this is ball number 1. You relax, and when you relax, you come back taking one ball. So you relax, take one ball from the pocket, and you are ready to continue. So learning this kind of loads, I think is great for every magician that want to play a lot with SpongeBob. So, and the balls change his places. There he is. And you use this relaxing time to take one ball and come back. People normally laugh or not because the joke is really bad. And then you continue with the always two. And the idea of this always two is the same like in the Vernon dice's routine, that you add two like one to your left, the other into your pocket, and the balls always join together. You come back with the ball in the finger palm. When you put finger palm, you come back with the ball there, and you repeat the sequence. And now, when you come back with two balls instead of one. Okay, so you have an extra ball in the pocket, and you come back with two balls in this situation. And now you add three like one. Of course, three like one. If the ball are really fold and the other fold very well too, you can show, but it's really not necessary. I mean, we are here. This goes into the pocket. Finger palm, grab another. Just take the ball from table. Don't stop the rhythm. Nothing, and come. And there are 1, 2 balls, and the third are in the finger palm, but we don't open it. And instead of that, we say, you know what? I have a third ball. You think maybe I have a third ball? Yes, I have it, but it travels too. And there are the 3. And now you can then hear the trick that is pretty good, and Gabi like this option, or you can continue with the idea of the always 3 with a stiff dacres, with the 2 false transfer of stiff dacres, that is still the 2 when you put the second. So put 1, still both here, add it to the pocket, you drop everything there, and all the balls vanish. So this is an adaptation from that sequence that Gabi really loved. I love that sequence too because I like that they have all the classics moves that we have, that we normally see in a SpongeBob routine, and that is the Porsche friend split in 2, 10 count, always 2, and the extra with the Vernon dice, the idea. And I think it's a very, very complete routine with a lot of things that can teach you a lot of concepts. So I hope you like this routine, and this is the Gabi's routine, an adaptation of it. 1 trick with 1 cap and 2 as SpongeBobs. The most important is to cover the green one and play with the red one on top of the cap. And the idea is very simple to do it. Only take the red ball and change his places. Yeah, it is. I mean, empty cap with 1 green ball there. Red ball here, just 1 color, change to make this happen. This is the cup and ball transposition. Cup and ball transposition explanation. The idea of this trick is very simple. 2 balls, 1 cup, and an extra ball for one of each colors you like. The move that I really want to show you with this routine is that when you take a new object, you will find a lot of new moves. And one classic move that that we want to learn now is how to steal the ball, or how to add a ball into a caps. Okay. This routine was from a SpongeBob book from Antonio Ferragut, one magician that published Balls, but of Sponge. And these moves and this kind of moves are very clever, and a lot of magicians use in a lot of situations, but Ferragut on that book talk a lot of the way around one ball, one Benson ball, and how to steal and add balls with this move. So the main move that we need to learn is and how we can do this. The idea is very simple. Finger palm ball that comes into a table, you just take the cup up a little bit and make the friction between the ball and the table, make this ball comes into the cup. And the same friction make when you move into the other direction, just with a little bit up, you see how the ball pops out. The ball always just with a little bit is enough to make the ball pops out. You need to rehearse just to do it with in a softer move, that you don't move a lot the cap to add or steal. So normally to do this, we ask for some spectators to put please one finger on top. No? And in this, with this excuse, we move this into our hand and we can steal it. It's like in the 3-shell game that you steal the little sponge ball with that is the same. In this case, we want to combine this idea with the both color change that we know, the classic one and from the display one. So with only one extra ball, we can do all the trick. I like to start with the 2 balls in the cup and only drop 2 balls on table. Cup shows empty, and now we are gonna load the cup. In this move, the Fred Caps use a lot in his cups and balls, and it's a classic move that you can find in a few books. And the idea of this load is just you have your finger palm that I transfer into when I lift this pressure, I transfer into a thumb palm, into a thumb. I mean the thumb take the finger pressure, and then in transit to take this ball, you just drop it. You just drop it. I do it in that direction. The ball into a cup. So it's very smooth move that you can do it anytime that you like. So in this sequence, just drop the balls, and the green or the ball who have no extra should be in your right side to do the steal when you move the cup and put it in the center of the table. So all that we need to do is take this ball and cover. So when we add, we add here, we drop the ball inside, we take the cup, turn it over, and put it on top of that, and show empty hands a little bit, and we say, okay, we need to put this red ball here. And when we do this, one ball, the red, should be on top of the other. And when we do the move, we only steal the ball that is in the bottom. So add, and now take this at the same time that you do the steal to put the ball on top. So this cues to move the cup is put it in the center of the table to put the other ball on top. And now you have one ball in your finger palm. When you have one ball in your finger palm, because you steal it from there, and you steal that ball, now it's here, and you should take it and go into a finger palm. Okay? So you have one ball in your finger palm. Da, 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 da. Here we are with one ball in finger palm. Display and display color change. It could be into a thumb palm, or it could be just from here. I prefer in this case go into a thumb palm to color change. Now change the extra ball into a finger palm and perform a flattening to open this and just compact finger palm and show the empty cup with the ball inside. So it's not an empty cup. For the second part, we will repeat it, but with the cup face up. So we need to change. This ball goes, green one goes to thumb palm, and we drop the other inside, the red one inside, and we just launch one ball to the other place, classic color change, and show, and tossing the cup. We show how it changes. So this is a color change. This is a sequence about 2 color changes, and as you can see, we have here 2 kinds of color changes. One is visual, and the other is more intellectual. You know, that it's more dramatic. No? And one always covers the others, and the transposition happens always here. So at the first time, I choose the one who is not visual, who is more dramatic. So it makes me more distance between the change, and it's difficult to find, to search this hidden ball for the spectator. No? So when he change, and the ball is here. And at the second time, I use one visual, and for that the cap is up, because with the visual one, if you don't want to show this, you need a solution in other place. That is, no? So the spectator mind can see the red ball here, and then it's there. So it's an instant solution that make that they don't want to search the ball here, because they have a solution that is normally the problem of this kind of visual color changes. So this is the last trick of our videos. I hope you enjoy it. Don't forget, give us a review if you like it. Thank you very much for enjoying and play Spongeables, and I hope to meet you in person and talk a lot about Spongeable magics and tricks and moves and everything that the Spongeables have, because the Spongeables probably has the best material. I don't know if the best material, because cars are great. That's it. That's all the ideas, all the techniques, all the tricks. I really hope you like all this material that I started 13 years ago in the moment that I make this, and I know that at the beginning it could be tough, make a lot of techniques and a lot of ideas, but just don't be hurry. I mean, step by step. If you can do the displays at the beginning, you don't do it. You just feel free with perform only the finger palm. Do the finger palm and don't show the ball if you are not comfortable. And when you are, you start to doing it. And really, just try to know yourself with the Spongeables. It's all that. I mean, we are magicians, and for me, be a magician means have a close relationship with objects. And when we study an object, we spend a lot of time with objects. Probably I take more time with Spongeables than with people. So you just enjoy all the rehearsal, all the performance. And the bigger tip that I can give to you is that do a lot of spongeable magic. Do a lot of tricks with spongeable magic. Don't wait to be in a big stage or in a big close-up theater or something. Just go to a bar and appear one ball from anything, from any object, and play. Because spongeable magic are really funny to play in every situation. They doesn't make sound, so you can rehearse till late in night, and you can play it in bars and in anywhere, and you can fit this to every situation. And of course, when you have the techniques and the handles and the tricks, and you can do everything in a close-up theater or in a real theater, big theater or something, you will really enjoy it a lot because you play a lot of spongeables. And the last thing that I want to tell you is that if you like that, please make a review and good rate and say why you like it, and it will be great for us, just for the other people know that this is great. If you don't like it, it's not necessary that tell to nobody, and and that's all. Just play spongeables. And last thing that I want to comment to you is that with the spongeables, and the tricks happens most of the time in the spectator hands. So we need to be humble. We need to have modesty. I mean, the spectators will tell us, "Oh, you should be a Got Talent. Oh, this is the greatest thing that I ever seen." Okay, this is just a huge moment for the show, but I mean, great job. You did great the techniques, you did great the tricks, and you have great reaction. But it's just one day more to having fun. I mean, we are not Di Vernon, Albert Goshman, Tony Sladini, or Fred Capps, Fraxon, or something. I mean, we are mortals, and just play with the spongeables, have fun, try to do the better that we can, try to learn all the techniques, having fun, have your own ideas, play a lot. If you have great ideas, share with the magic community, because sharing is the way that all this can grow more and more and more and have better spongeable magicians in the future. So I hope you enjoy this video, these essentials of spongeable tricks, and we see you in the next with the spongeables in your hands, pockets, and everywhere. Of course, I have spongeables you can fit.